Testing sound, Planning Committee, 5th of February, 10 a.m.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 5th of February. I'll now roll call councillors alphabetically by surname. That's a new one. If councillors can introduce themselves, please.
Councillor Katie Thornborough, Petersfield Ward.
Councillor Katie Porrer from Market Ward.
Councillor Nigel Oakmont of Trumpington.
Councillor Alice Gilderdale, East Chesterton.
Councillor Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Thank you, councillors. So we've had apology. Oh, go on. Sorry, Mike, I didn't see it back there.
Councillor Michael Jones, Abbey Ward.
Apologies. Right. So we've had apologies from Councillor Dryden and Councillor Bagent, as far as I'm aware. That's it. So officers present at the table for this meeting are Area Manager East Jane Rodens, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard and Producer Claire Tunnicliffe. So other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Excuse me. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Oh, hello. Yeah, how can I help?
It's not easy to hear what you're saying at all.
Okay. I'll speak up a bit closer to the thing, all right? Yeah. Okay. Well, so a couple of people have said they can't hear me, so I'm going to make an effort to be heard. Ooh, thumbs up. Okay, that was my fault, and I apologise about that. Okay, right. The first bit wasn't that important, so I won't do that again. Councillor Bennett, yes.
Chair, I was just wondering if the public speakers could maybe go on the front so that it'd be easier for them to hear.
I think we can all hear me now. Yeah, yeah. Well, I had a thumb. So somebody just said without the microphone on, just for people listening and online, that perhaps we could rejig the room so people can hear better. But I think now I'm speaking closer to the microphone and projecting my voice like a poet. I'm getting to the back of the room. Okay, I think we're all good. But do put your hand. I'm joking, but I shouldn't be joking. Seriously, if you can't hear me, put your hand up again. It's not a problem. We'll do whatever needs to be done so everyone can hear. Right, where was I? So I'll pick up where I left off. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at some point, as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you are following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exit. Please do not use the lift. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch off your microphone and camera unless you are invited to speak. Please note, if a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over the presentation report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So moving on to agenda item 3, I think. Not quite. I think we've done apologies, haven't we? We're all good on apologies, James? Yeah, thank you. So yeah, agenda item 3. Any declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor Lokomatova.
I've got a declaration of interest in relation to item Alston Croft. My engineering practice, Max Fordham, has been involved in the design, so I won't be voting on this item and I won't be participating in any of the debate.
Thank you. Councillor Porrer.
Just to note, I've been copied into some emails, I think because I'm planning spokes, as I think Councillor Thornborough was, relating to Alston Croft and the call in from one of the ward councillors, but I'm unfettered in my discretion as they were copied to the officers, so I didn't do anything with them.
Thank you. And I have a declaration of interest. So I know one of the objectors in item 6, but my discretion is unfettered. Yes, Councillor Gilderdale.
I have the same. I know one of the objectors for item 6, but my discretion is unfettered.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will be recusing myself from item 6 as I've had significant engagement with the resident over the planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, I know an objector in item 6, but I'm unfettered in my considerations on this. And also, like Councillor Porrer, I've received correspondence regarding Alston Croft, but I'm unfettered in my consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillors Thornborough and Councillors Porrer, I've been copied in on correspondence relating to item 5, Alston Croft, and I do know some of the public speakers. However, I consider myself unfettered, and in some ways more unfettered than almost anybody here, because I did not sit on the original item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's all. All right. Okay. So, agenda item 4, it's the minutes of the meeting of, what have I got? 4th of December, 2024. Can I sign those as a true record? Yes, thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 5, Alston Croft. So we've got speakers on that. Emma Smith, objector, and Hugh Clough, ward councillors. So, Tom, if you're ready to present the item, then please, we'll get going. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is the submission of details required by condition 3, the phasing strategy of Planning Permission 22/02066/full, and concerns Alston Croft, which relates to planning application for new student blocks and alterations and extensions to existing buildings, which was allowed at appeal in November 2023. There are minor amendments to the report, and these are found in on the amendment sheet for members to consider. The reason for bringing this item to the committee was due to a councillor call-in, largely regarding the sufficiency of the information provided to satisfy this condition. Just to remind members that this is the site location plan that was considered as part of the approved application. Apologies, I'll just get my laser pointer on. So this is the site, and and it's bounded by a local nature reserve to the south and east of the site, and then the school is to the north. There are other constraints that were considered, and these are as detailed in the officer report. This was the approved site plan. So to remind members, there was 4 student blocks and alterations to the existing buildings. So moving on to the condition. Condition 3 of the appeal decision. So the first bit is what the inspector stated in the condition. So it states, no development shall commence until a phasing strategy has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, setting out the phases and subphases of development and a mechanism for its update as required. Development shall be carried out in accordance with the agreed details. In paragraph 65 of the appeal decision, and this is found in Appendix I of your committee packs, it states, in addition to the standard time limit for the commencement development and the specification of the plans on which a decision is made, a condition is necessary to provide a phasing strategy if there is to be more than one phase of development, which is necessary due to the way the site may come forward. So in paragraph 65, the condition is necessary to provide a phasing strategy, and it's important that the wording and what the inspector intended for this, if there is to be more than one phase. The applicant has submitted one phase as part of this condition submission. The reason for this, as I will go on to now, is to minimize, the applicant has stated this is to minimize disruption to the local community. They provided a construction program as part of the application submission, detailing that elements of the works will be done sometimes simultaneously and other times with significant overlap. For example, block TO2 will be done between October 2025 and November 2026, and also TO1, block TO1 will also be done between February 2026 and February 2027. So they'll be done as quickly as possible. Construction phase will be undertaking one phase. As I've already mentioned, this construction phase will be between June 2025 and April 2027. This site plan just shows all the elements of the construction will be undertaken in that one phase rather than in multiple phases. These are quite small type, apologies for that, but this is all detailed in the committee report or in the amendment sheet. These are all the other condition submissions as part of this planning consent, some of which have been discharged in full and others are pending consideration. It's important to note that conditions were worded in the appeal decision. For example, condition 19 says no development, and in brackets, or phase of. So this allowed the applicant to either submit conditions discharge all in one go, or in multiple discharge condition applications if they were to do a phasing approach. They've decided to do it in one phase, and therefore all the condition discharge applications have been submitted to discharge the entirety of the respective condition, i.e. not in part or phased, and therefore the impact and mitigation measures as detailed in their relevant condition have been assessed on the whole scheme. So officers consider that details are considered acceptable and in conformity with the reasons and policy requirements of the conditions. The recommendation is to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks for that, Tom. So Emma, you've got 3 minutes to speak. If you press the button on the right-hand side, it will light up, that's it. And then half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you come to the end of your time.
Thank you. Do you also need to know that who I am? Is that helpful?
Yeah, you can introduce yourself or whoever.
Yes, I'm Governor at Newnham Croft Primary School and I'm speaking on behalf of the governors. Thank you.
Thank you.
The school are necessary consultees in relation to conditions 4, 7, 8 and 29. The documents proposed for condition 3 being discussed today contain dates that contravene condition 8, undermine condition 29 and provide insufficient detail to ensure children are not impacted by noise or polluting activities. All documents must be consistent across the project, as otherwise mistakes will be made, and the risk of such mistakes is the health of hundreds of small children. The inspector's explicit instruction for condition 8 states, and I quote, "The timetable should restrict all demolition works to the summer holidays. In contravention of this, the Gantt chart for condition 3 currently identifies the removal of asbestos within term time across the whole of July, and as each square on this ambiguous chart is used to represent 1 month, seems to permit this to also potentially happen across June. Our school holidays commence on the 24th of July. There are no other conditions that protect us against asbestos removal. The school requests that this chart include the specific dates of our school vacations in relation to all demolition activities, as these dates are immovable, and it was specified very explicitly by the inspector that all demolition must occur within these. For the avoidance of doubt, we sent the school's term dates to Queen's and Tom Gray on 20th of November when we first saw the Gantt document was incorrect. Queen's have had the time since to revise the document based on this information, and as they have not, we ask that Council insist upon this. Our specific summer holiday dates and explicit mention of all demolition activities must be included in order to ensure compliance with condition 8, and so that all contractors can be very clear as to this requirement to protect the children. In relation to this, the second point we wish to raise again is that the large concrete slab that will be demolished as part of the scheme, as discussed in the inquiry, is not included in any of the documents and needs to be. It is currently misidentified in the demolition site plan, document 020, as not being an item for demolition and is missing from the phasing document now under consideration for condition 3. The school requests that all demolition activity be clearly identified in the schedule, including the demolition of the slab, within the specific dates of the school holidays as stipulated by the inspector in condition 8. Our final point is that the proposal of a single phase undermines condition 29, which stipulates that risk assessments and details of practical measures to avoid or reduce impacts during construction should be provided for each phase following a consultation with our school. In condition 29, the examples the inspector gives of phases include demolition, groundworks and vegetation clearance, clearly an understanding that phases are the elements that make up the project, not the project in its entirety. If it is accepted that these components of the scheme do not exist as phases but are just one phase, the inspector's request in condition 29 that a CEMP be provided for each phase in order to allow sufficient consideration of each element of the scheme and the protections therein that are necessary to protect the children, this condition is also undermined. Conditions must not contradict one another. There is no room here for error or taking shortcuts. What is at stake is the health and education of an entire school of children, which is, I hope, something we are all looking to protect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hugh, Councillor Clough, rather, Ward Councillor.
Firstly, I'd like to send Councillor Glasberg.
Thank you, thanks. At the back, I mean, not yours.
Is that working? Okay, apologies. Firstly, I'd like to send Councillor Glasberg's apologies, who is recovering from a knee replacement. She is off the morphine and progressing well, but cannot attend today. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to send our community's concerns over the proposed discharge of condition 3. In the appeal, the development was always discussed as occurring over 18 months, and in the first AQDMP construction was listed as 94 weeks. The inspector's request for phasing and sub-phasing detail was in relation to the breakdown of this 18-month period, and the conditions he has set out make frequent reference to phases of development. There has, to our understanding, been no change to this delivery plan, so the idea that this can now be considered as one phase so that phasing is no longer necessary is contrary to what was discussed and understood at appeal. Furthermore, even if you decide that counter to that understanding, one can call an 18-month building project with demolition on multiple buildings a single phase, condition 3 specifies that sub-phase detail must be provided as well as a mechanism for change identified. Given that neither sub-phase detail nor a mechanism for change has been identified, on this basis alone, the condition is not ready to be discharged. Mechanism for change must also involve a proper briefing and consultation process for the key stakeholders, such as ward councillors, the school, and the Friends of Paradise. The purpose of condition 3 was discussed at length at appeal and was included in part in included in part in order that the school, along with many hundreds of neighbours who also submitted concerns, will be able to understand the timetable, including when potentially disruptive activity will be taking place. In order to deliver the project, Queen's and their contractors will obviously have already a more detailed phasing programme. The instruction and methodology of the construction company will not be, today we're doing the cafe, but which begs the question why this information cannot be shared and is not forthcoming. The concern in accepting that all phases of work can be called one phase without any detail provided is that it is not possible to ascertain if suitable timeframes have been arrived at to ensure that pupils, residents and wildlife will not be impacted by noise and polluting activities. Demolition of important areas of the site have been omitted from the document. In the first iteration of the Gantt chart, all demolition, we have to assume, was scheduled for July and August. Since then, changes have been introduced to the document and the demolition has now been reduced to just Block D in the school summer holidays. There is no mention of demolition of the existing nursery buildings or Block B or the other structures identified at the inquiry for removal. Provision of adequate detail would also ensure that contractors are able to understand and commit to specific conditions of this site, which is in such unique proximity to children as highly sensitive receptors, enabling contractors to provide everyone with assurances that the project dates are realistic and can be met, is critical in relation to Condition 8. The Conservation Officer has also noted in his response to the Condition 8 application that the species and habitats in Paradise Nature Reserve are also sensitive receptors, and there is not sufficient detail for this condition to be discharged. There are ecological constraints regarding the timing and phasing that are also crucial for Condition 29, the Construction Ecological Management Plan, CEMP. Without a meaningful phasing plan, it will not be possible to have an overview that will enable these to be monitored and enforced. The phasing shown in the documents for Condition 3 should tie in with the CTMP, which has just been submitted. But that is also woefully lacking in detail: vehicle types and numbers, peak movements or assessment of pedestrian, cyclist flows and mitigation measures. The school and residents need to know what types of vehicles will be accessing the site, when and what measures have been put in place to ensure safety. In addition, county highways do not accept the plan as it proposes a new road alongside the nature reserve, which was not included in the original application. Also, the 4 weeks of cable laying in Newnham Croft in preparation for development will cause chaos in our narrow one-way streets, and UK Power Solutions has now agreed, along with Queen's, that the work will be done in the summer holidays, which will become another constraint on the timetable. We understand that the phases will be overlapping, but request that details of the actual phases of work are provided so that everyone can understand what they are and when they are occurring, with sufficient sub-phase detail for council officers, the school and the community to understand the schedule of works, and that each phase can be sufficiently considered with appropriate risk assessment and protection in place. So by way of conclusion, 1, Condition 3 needs to be set out in proper project planning format with phases, sub-phases, durations, start and finish dates, and interlinking dependencies. It sets out the critical framework of information which feeds directly into plans for other conditions such as ecology, air quality, and traffic management, so that they can be properly assessed, monitored, and enforced. 2, a proper mechanism for change also needs to be established. 3, we hope that the committee will recognise that Condition 3 is not yet ready to be discharged, and ask that the officers set out to the applicants what is required before resubmission. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So a lot of detail there and acronyms. So I may go back to the speakers if I need to get things said again, possibly. Before I go to members, Tom, can you give us any insight into any of those points that are raised? I mean, obviously, safety is paramount importance. Asbestos has been mentioned, demolition phases, and so on. And I wasn't quite clear why demolition in the summer holidays was bad. That seemed to be a good time to do it. But then there's the other aspect of other blocks being not being listed in the table, and then the desire for more information in the information given about the the detail of the phasing that's been asked for by the speakers. Is that a reasonable condition? And also the point about 18 months, and this is obviously longer than 18 months. So, and anything else you picked up before we go back to members?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of the demolition, this is, and the impacts upon the school, these are detailed in conditions 7 and 8, which are separate conditions that are pending consideration. So in terms of the noise impacts upon air quality, that is considered in a separate condition. In terms of condition 29, the construction ecological management plan, again, that is considered separately. And again, in that condition, it allows either a phasing approach to be employed or to be done in one phase. From my understanding at application stage and subsequently at appeal stage, no phasing plan was submitted. It was left open to the applicant to submit that through a discharge and conditions application, which they have now done, considering that today. And they've chosen to do it in one phase. If it was to be done in multiple phases, my understanding it would be more stop-start, and it'd be over possibly a longer period, or definitely in terms of other considerations to be taken into account of there. The mechanism to change, my understanding for any changes to the phasing strategy, my understanding is if they choose to do multiple phases, that they had to submit another discharge conditions application to, and that's the mechanism that we would encourage the applicant to use if they were to then change their approach at a later date and do it in multiple phases. Sorry, Chair, do you mind me if anything else I've missed?
Well, I think one thing which I picked up from the councillor's comments, especially when he spoke, was that the Gantt chart doesn't give enough detail. I think maybe the first speaker said that as well. And so I was interested to know whether, because conditions have to be reasonable, is it a reasonable condition to ask for more information? Because I understand the practicalities of building buildings. Would that be a reasonable thing for us to request? Do we have enough information about the scheduling of the works?
The Gantt chart details the parts of the development and that they were done in one phase. The details of the other conditions, the impacts that poses to people, the environment, are considered under the other conditions. So this condition allows the strategy for how they are to discharge the other conditions. So, as I showed on my presentation, rather than submitting the other conditions in part or in phase, they will and have submitted conditions as a whole. So they've submitted it in one block to us, and we consider any impacts and any mitigation measures, and we assess that on that basis.
I understand that, thank you. This is a strategic overview document. Okay, so members, questions? Yes. Councillor Thornborough.
This is quite confusing, but so they've submitted what they've called a construction programme.
So, Councillor Thornborough, could you sort of move your laptop to your, yeah, that's okay, just speak louder.
What has been submitted is a construction programme, but this is not a full construction programme because it doesn't include things like fitting out, or maybe it's assumed that it is, but normally a construction programme would be much more comprehensive. It would include bringing utilities to site if that's required, preparing the access to site if that's required. It would include landscaping, doing all of the landscaping. It would include the fit out as well. And so this seems highly diagrammatic and very, very basic for what is a very complex site. And it sounds like the conditions are interlinked in a way, but what's been presented here doesn't provide any information about how it's interlinked. So, for example, it seems to indicate that the school holidays are from the mid-July to August, but really that needs to be indicated in 2026 as well. It's all of the school holidays, not just the summer holidays. Why aren't all the school holidays indicated in the plan? And why aren't the health and safety impacts indicated on the plan, which are part of what needs to be done? There's just so much needs to be done for a construction programme that can be relied on going forward, so that if there is an issue during the works, if say we feel there is a breach and there needs to be enforcement, we need to come back to the documentation we've got to say, is it absolutely clear what we've agreed? Therefore, is there a breach or not? Otherwise, there's no point in considering going forward. So it just seems, highly indicative for a very, very complex project. And just, I think, as Councillor Clough was mentioning, just there's only the demolition being raised on Block D, and there is more demolition. And demolition is highly disruptive while it's happening, but also removing the demolition is disruptive. So that's an example of how this doesn't really set out how the whole of the projects will be delivered. The other thing, there seems to be a lot of the discussion between a phasing strategy was the condition, but what's been submitted is a construction programme. So a construction programme isn't a phasing strategy. Aren't they different things? You know, a construction programme would be part of something that's submitted for a phasing strategy. So that's my initial comments. Thanks.
Okay, you done? Yeah, turn your microphone off then, please, Councillor. Katie, turn your microphone off. Thank you. Okay, Tom, I'm going to go back to you now because this is all very detailed. I think we need to sort of get questions answered. Just to also say at the same time, can we be clear about what we've got on the table today? Because this Gantt diagram does say at the top of it, construction programme, but I believe it's actually a phasing programme. And in condition 3, that's what we've got on the table today is a phasing programme. So I'll read, no development shall commence until a phasing strategy has been submitted. That's what we're considering today. Can you be clear about that, please, Tom, in case I've misunderstood?
So this construction programme supports the applicant's intention to do it in one phase. So the construction programme informs that it's actually done in one phase rather than in multiple phases. If there was to do it in multiple phases, the construction programme would look a lot different. So it informs the phasing strategy to be done in one phase.
Okay, and Councillor Thornborough's questions?
So yeah, Block D demolition, that is the nursery building being demolished. That's the nursery building. The demolition, so the Block A remodelling and new building works and demolition, that covers the extension, the demolition of the existing buildings, so during August this year, during the school holidays. The the landscaping is going to be submitted as part of the landscaping details and the landscape ecological and management plan, and the implementation of that will be detailed in that. I think it was just referring back to the inspector's intentions for this. Again, it says in paragraph 65 of the appeal decision, a condition is necessary to provide a phasing strategy if there is to be more than one phase of development, which is necessary due to the way the site might come forward. So the phasing strategy is one phase. So in officers' views, we don't require any additional information.
That was interesting. Okay, so Councillor Willoughby, you want to come back?
Yes. So a phasing strategy on a building site is very different from a construction programme. And the way construction sites are managed is it's a series of subcontracts for different types of work. So one is bringing in the utilities, one is demolition contractors in and then out, one is putting in the underground services, then they stop, then they do the foundations, then, you know, that's one subcontractor. Then there's a whole series of subcontracts and different types of work. And I think that you can have one construction programme which goes how you build from day one to practical completion and occupation. But that is very different from how you bring in the different subcontractors, which all have different elements of risk. So I completely can agree that there is one construction programme, but there is absolutely different phases on a building, on a site of this complexity. So.
Right, okay, yeah, got you. So I think my take on it so far is that we're in a situation where the inspector has said one thing which supports what the applicant has done. However, you're the expert here, Councillor Thornbury, you're a qualified architect. If I can put a sort of common sense spin on it, it seems to me no matter what you call it, construction programme or phasing strategy or whatever, I can see that what's happening is we have a whole package of stuff to build a building, and no one quite knows when that stuff is going to happen exactly, except for sort of guidelines in the Gantt chart, because obviously on site, if things get going quicker, then everything else is going to move forward or backward, depending. And that might not be the best situation for the objector and residents generally. So that needs to be addressed, and we can do that by potentially deferring the item for more information or interrogating what we've got on the table today. So I'm going to carry on with a bit more debate, see where we go with that. So Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. Just following on from what Katie has been talking about, I think we can all see that there is one phase of development, but I think in the number 3, that it talks about sub-phases, and I think that there is a question about, do we have enough detail in these sub-phases? And clearly the sub-phases here are really important, because if it's one phase, do we need to have the start date and end date? And then following on from that, it talks about a mechanism for update as required. So if we're in the initial kind of going through the conditions and we get to a point where actually in conversation with the school they have to change something, or, you know, this is a date has to be updated, how do we make sure that that mechanism for update happens? And if this is to be to go through, then we need to be confident that we have enough detail to be able to, go back through this process, I guess. But I'm finding this very confusing, so please let me know if I've misread this.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Thank you, Councillor. I don't think there was a question there. Councillor Porrer.
Yeah, I agree absolutely with Councillor Gilderdale that condition 3 on page 39 is a bit vague, because it talks about phases, but also sub-phases. Obviously, that was written by the inspector, not ourselves, but it is a little less than clear, because it says you need a phasing strategy, but it also needs to detail sub-phases. And I I wanted to ask the officer about condition 8, which is the school holiday one, basically. That hasn't been discharged yet, I believe. It's not on the list, unless I've misread. I was just reading the amendment sheet. That is clear that it has to only happen in school holidays. But on the Gantt chart, I'm concerned that if we approve it, it starts at the beginning of July, which is obviously not the school holiday for state schools. So I'm just a bit, it's that interlinking. I would feel more confident if we had somebody on this construction plan that actually said, yes, it's going to be in July, but it will start on the 24th, for example, because I think my understanding is what the school was saying is they know this work's going to happen. And my feeling is probably most of the school would prefer it to be in one phase, get it done fairly quickly rather than having 3 or 4 years of ongoing phases. But I'm slightly concerned that if we were to discharge condition 3 today, as I think colleagues have said, how can we then come back if for example, the college do start building on the 1st of July? And it's that lack of information that worries me at the moment. But it's difficult. It's because the way the conditions are phrased by the inspector, it sort of leaves it a little bit worrying. But it's that enforcement. I would hope that the college would be good neighbours and they wouldn't intend to do anything. But as we always say with developments, someone else could buy it. You know, this planning permission is for whoever owns that land, and we need to be confident that were something to happen. And it's clearly an issue that has caused local discontent. I would have hoped that the two parties could be communicating about this, so I don't know what's been going on. But for me, it's the school holiday issue, particularly where I think we're very potentially weak with this Gantt chart without having much more information at the moment. And I see we've also got pending the traffic condition 14 and 7, so that's traffic and demolition construction. They haven't been called in, I don't think. So presumably, do we know, are they coming to committee, are they not? Because in some ways, as Councillor Thornborough said, it would have been nice to kind of have the whole full suite together so we could see the whole lot. Because if they haven't yet been discharged, how confident are we that they're robust enough? Are they still in the call-in period, for example, or has that passed so no one has queried those? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you have your hand up, Councillor Bennett? Yeah.
Thank you. I've heard and agree with the points made by my colleagues, but I also have one question for the officer. I do think it's a pity that the applicant isn't here today, because perhaps they could answer the question I'm about to put in more detail. But that question is that the applicant has stated that they want to carry out the works in a single phase to minimise the adverse impact on the community. But it doesn't seem to me from what we've heard today that that is the community's view of it. If, you know, given that's the applicant's objective, should we not at least give them an opportunity to go back and change their proposal so that it meets the objectives that they have themselves set out? Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you. So, Tom, can you enlighten us on any of what's been said so far, even if it's rhetorical statements? Be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, condition 8, that is still pending consideration. That concerns the impacts of the development in terms of air quality on the school and surrounding neighbours. So that considers the other condition 3 gives you the, in my view, condition 3 is the first condition that we would consider in terms of strategy for the timing of other conditions. So in the original committee report, the reason for that condition was to ensure the timing of discharge condition applications. So it's ensure the timing, so when it comes in. If they were to submit, if they were to commence development on some blocks 1 and 2, then we would expect the other conditions, so condition 8, condition 9, and so other conditions to relate to those two blocks, the impacts and any mitigation measures for that phase. Then if they then submit, then they were to do another phase for blocks 3 and 4, we would then expect the impacts of the other conditions to relate to those blocks. They've not chosen to do that. They've chosen to do it in all one phase. So that phasing strategy is one phase. So that's why the applicant has submitted other condition discharges in the way they have. They submitted it fully to discharge the whole site. So if we were to expect any phases or sub-phases, they haven't done that. For the other condition discharges, the traffic management plan, which is also under consideration, that is also going to be done as one phase. So this condition 3 informs how they submit the other condition discharges.
Members? Clear as mud? Councillor Porter.
Sorry, I'm probably being a bit slow here. So they've put in condition 3, which has obviously been called in, but the others are pending condition 8. So they've put in the other conditions, but whoever hasn't considered them yet. So that's my concern is if we agree condition 3, it's the wording sub-phasing that's incredibly annoying, if I'm honest, because it's not clear. One phase should have sub-phases within it. But you can read that two ways. You can say, as you do, as the officer says, that's just one phase and there's some bits within it. Whereas I probably interpret it as sub-phases within a phase and would like to see a little bit more detail on those. And I'm also concerned, if the others are pending consideration, but they haven't been called in because they've timed out, they're over their 21 days consultation period, we don't know if they're going to be agreed or not yet. And particularly the school holiday issue, I think, I'm not confident that if we agree condition 3 as it is, we've got enough to make sure that condition 8 is then absolutely tied to those dates. I'm missing information, I think is what I'm saying. But I do take your point, the officer's point, that the way the condition's worded, it says if it's not one phase, then it's really frustrating. So it's not a very helpful comment. But I'm just struggling to see how all the conditions mash together, because if they've all come in together, maybe we should have brought them all to committee today, and then we could have at least picked through the whole thing. Because if condition 8 has yes, we're definitely only demolishing from the 24th of July, that would give me some reassurance, but I don't have that in front of me today.
Tom.
So picking up on condition 8 again, that's regards to demolition and construction works. And so limb D of condition 8 requires all demolition works to be in the school holidays. So that is pending consideration. We are in consultation with our environmental health officer, and at the moment, from recollection, the document submitted for condition 8 says that it will be constructed in school holidays. There's nothing to say that we can go back to the applicant, perhaps get the exact dates that they relate to. So that's something that would ensure that it's actually absolutely clarified that the demolition will take place between those two dates in the school holidays. This condition 3, doesn't conflict with that. It's an overall information in terms of this is what we're going to do. We're going to do it in one phase. The other conditions look at the impacts, any impacts and any mitigation measures.
All right. So I took from that, in terms of your question about school holidays, Councillor Porter, that the actual dates themselves of the school holidays trump the Gantt chart. So the dates of the holidays in Unum Croft are from Wednesday the 23rd of July to the 3rd of September, with training days for staff on the 1st and 2nd of September, which is a debatable point, I suppose, because the children won't be there maybe. But anyway, those are the dates. So whatever the dates are, whether it's the 23rd to the 3rd or the 23rd to the 1st, I presume that those dates could be stated by us in this committee as dates that the work would take place in and not outside of those dates, if that's what's already been said anyway. Tom?
That'd be outlined in the document. So we would request the applicant to amend anything concerning demolition that is absolutely clarified in that document as part of condition, I think it's condition 8 and condition 7, I think, in terms of noise impacts during construction. We could specify that those dates are included in that document, you know, for you know, to make sure that they comply, and any, you know, any compliance issues can be addressed if necessary.
Okay, let's move on then. So, Councillor Thornborough.
So I think there are two things here. One is the impact on the school and the protection of the children, which was a big part of the discussion at the appeal, and it seems that the inspector picked up on that specific item because there are two, in his report, that's a heading for, you know, effect on Newnham Croft School. And the inspector said the control of construction and demolition, emissions and noise are matters which are capable of being addressed by the imposition of a suitable planning conditions. So it's not just demolition that is a problem that could affect the school. It's all parts of the construction need to be considered and how they affect the children nearby and the children going to the schools, you know, before school starts and after school starts. And, you know, it's absolutely paramount important that the children are considered in every aspect of this construction. I believe that was clear. So a construction programme, which is what's been included here, is what's needed for the impact of the school, which is condition 8. But the construction programme that's been indicated is not nearly clear enough for condition 8. But we're not actually talking about condition 8, we're talking about condition 3 here. But in my opinion, it's completely inadequate. That programme does not set out when the schools are operating, the school hours, and the effect of construction and noise, not just in the first school holiday, but all the school holidays. And it's not just the summer school holidays, it's the winter and spring holidays. It's all the term times need to be indicated if they are taking that seriously. If what is required regarding the school is taken seriously, this is, I feel, inadequate. Then there is the condition, which is a phasing strategy. A phasing strategy is not a construction programme. A phasing strategy is how do you go through one form of building trade to the next, to the next, to the next, to get from where you start and where you finish. And a construction programme does not satisfy a phasing, is not a phasing strategy. If they can submit a construction programme to show if there is one construction programme, but that does not mean there is one phase for construction works. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, we're going to ask Jane to give a response.
Thank you, Chair. So this phasing strategy condition, with the document that we've got in front of us, shows that for us that it will all be done in one phase. It's probably a misunderstanding with the descriptions, probably not the best way to describe it, but for us it shows that it's going to be all done at one time. Condition 8, which is probably the main condition, which is on page 40 of the report, goes into detail about what information would be needed for different parts. So, for example, condition 8 part A says details of consultations with key receptors, particularly Newnham Croft Primary School, held prior to the discharge of the condition. And then part B said site-specific mitigation measures and to be implemented to minimise dust emissions upon residential properties and other service receptors, including Newnham Croft Primary School, during demolition and construction. This should take account of findings of the construction and dust risk assessment. Talks about air quality. Site C talks about site and equipment layout plan, in identifying the proximity of sensitive receptors, location of site entrances, exit and wheel washing facilities. Part D talks about the details of phasing of demolition and construction works, including timetable, and then it says the timetable should restrict all demolition works to the school holidays. So that sort of detail would come out of condition 8, which is still pending consideration at the moment in consultation. As it said, details of consultations with key receptors. So those sorts of details haven't been provided yet, because that would be provided out of condition 8. As Tom said, this condition says how all the other conditions will be discharged. So this is, from what the developers have told us, all to be discharged in one go. Otherwise, under condition 8, they would be discharging block A, block B, block C, all individually. This condition 3 is telling us that they're going to do all of that information in one go for all of the blocks. So, for example, there's another one that talks about excavation of materials if it's needed, which is condition 10, which talks about all phases of. So this condition 3 tells us that the condition 10 will be done in one go. There will not be separate conditions for each blocks or each parts of the development, which may give some comfort to the school and others that all of the information provided for condition 8 will be in one go. It will not be done piecemeal, so to speak.
Thanks, Jane. Tom, did you want to add anything to that?
Just to add, I think it's important to note that the appeal, it was a robust discussion between the LPA,
The LPA?
sorry, local planning authority, the school, and Friends of Paradise Nature Reserve during discussions about these conditions, and they were all and regarding particularly sort of the noise implications and air quality implications, any sort of impacts upon ecological impacts. And so these conditions have all been robustly debated, and the inspectors taken into account all those and derived these conditions from that. So the details of the impacts and any measures to minimise those impacts are all covered by these other conditions, not condition 3.
Okay, thanks. So, all right, hands up. So, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. Also, a big thank you to Councillor Thornborough, who has put a lot of points that were troubling me. My concern is that if we approve this condition as it stands, then that becomes a master document that the developer will work to. And I do not think it can be, I do not see how we can safely accept that without the detail in condition 8 being considered and laid out. Because otherwise somebody could just look at that construction programme in good faith and continue unaware of condition 8. So I think at the very least, approval has to be deferred, if not outright rejected. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Let's get that bottomed out a minute. So, my understanding is it's not a master document, that it refers to other documents and then they're referred to in terms of how the site is worked out. Is that the case, Tom, or is it a master document?
So the construction programme that they submitted gives evidence that the applicant intends to do it in one phase. That's, I'd say in that. Jane.
Okay, Jane?
So if the developer came in to say that their construction phases have changed, or they want to, it's delayed for any particular reason, contractors or anything else that comes out of planning, we could always ask them to re-discharge this condition again, so that we could have an updated construction plan as well as. So if anything slips, then we'd have additional information. We could ask them to do that in the future.
Okay, thanks. So, Councillor Thornborough?
So, Jane, you were very helpful pointing out that all of the detail of condition 8. So condition 8D says that the AQDMP should include details of phasing of construction and construction works. So we need to have the information about the phasing of demolition and the phasing of construction works. So unfortunately, the word phasing is used correctly in this part, this sub-clause, when in 3, you were talking about a phasing strategy, which now seems not to apply to the construction, but only applies to submission of the discharge of conditions.
All right, so Councillor Thornborough has a question for you, I think, there, Jane, if that's okay. Can you respond to that, please?
Yes, I'd probably agree with you. It's probably the word of how the wording is that it should be the phasing strategy for the conditions is condition 3, and then condition 8 part D is the details of phasing of demolition and construction works. So we would expect the detail of when, where, how they will be doing the demolition and construction, which I understand you're all asking for under condition 8D, and this is just the strategy of how they discharge the phasing of the conditions. Yes. Yeah.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Thornborough? Are you happy with that answer?
No, that makes the whole discussion about condition 3 slightly different. It's not about the construction phasing, which is clearly, there needs to be very detailed information about the different phases of demolition and construction works. And it's all set out in accordance, relating to all the school holidays. So I don't know what, I think condition 8 is in relation to the impact on the local community and the school is something that the objectors have raised their concerns about, not really when the conditions come in, I think.
Okay, Councillor Porro.
Thank you. I think we have to be pragmatic here. I do agree there's not enough information, and I think particularly for me it's a bit, condition 3 says there must be a mechanism for update. That actually isn't in here. So I think that alone. However, I do want to be realistic to the objectors. My feeling would be that we defer, but we also then call in condition 7, demolition construction, condition 8, which is the school one, condition 10, probably materials management, and condition 14, traffic management or travel management. And then we just look at it in the round and ask the applicant to provide all the information together. I want to be honest to the people objecting that if that comes forward, it would be quite hard to then reject. But I do think, and I think we did this before where we had the scanner going in Romsey Town, where we felt we just didn't have quite enough information. And once they could provide the information that was satisfactory, it was likely we would discharge the condition, which is what the planning permission, which is what we did. Because, and I do think there isn't anything about a mechanism for update that condition 3 does ask for. So I wouldn't want to reject this because it's poorly worded, I think is what I'm saying, because the word phasing can be interpreted in several ways, as can sub-phasing, but that's what the inspector wrote, so that's what we're dealing with. And I hear what Jane's saying and Tom, but I also, for me, feel that given that the people doing this, the college must have a much more detailed thing, they must have a plan. Let us see it, let us be satisfied that the school holidays are respected, including things like half terms, because probably if they're still out for consultation, I'm guessing those other conditions are going to get called in anyway. I'd rather we just do it, defer it, bring them back in the round and have a proper discussion. But just to be clear, this isn't necessarily saying I would reject, because I think if we have that information satisfactory, then it would be minded to accept probably. But that would be my proposal, that we defer but call in the other related conditions and we can look at them all at once, because Jane was saying the whole point of condition 3 is that everything then comes in together. So let's look at them together.
Tom, is that reasonable, or do you feel we've got the information already?
I hear Councillor Porter's point, except there's 30 or so conditions, all require details to be submitted. So, and those conditions deal with the details of the application and as I've set out, those mitigation measures. And just to point out, the school impacts were considered, and construction and things like that are only taken at certain times of day to avoid school pickups and drop-offs. So those are already compliance conditions as part of the consent. So the details will be assessed and are being assessed by specialist officers in relation to the traffic management plan in terms of ecological impacts and noise and vibration impacts. And the requirements of those conditions need to be fulfilled with respect to those conditions before we discharge them.
Right, well, you sort of answered my question. I'll come back to you in a minute, Councillor Pora. I think what we've got here, councillors, as far as I can see, is that, I mean, Tom is being polite, but I don't think we normally have this sort of level of documentation coming to planning committee, if ever. So what we're going to have is probably hundreds of pages of conditions to look at ourselves. We're not qualified, I don't think, to trawl through all of that and then come to a robust decision. So we're going to need officers to support that process. I mean, we work as a team anyway, officers and members, which is fine. I mean, we can do that, but that needs to be borne in mind. So I think that's the thing. So, Councillor Pora.
No, I do absolutely agree with you, Chair. That's why I just mentioned the particular conditions 7, 8, possibly 10 and 14, because those seem to be the ones that, in effect, I suppose, if I'm correct, picking up on Councillor Thornborough's point, those are the kind of ones that are really pertinent to the worries about the school and the impacts. And I do want to come back as well that we don't have a mechanism for update, which condition 3 requires. That's not in these papers. So I would say at the moment, I would be reluctant to discharge condition 3 because obviously I hope they'll be good neighbours and do the right thing. But if for any reason something happens and they don't, we don't have a mechanism in condition 3 today to tell me how I go back or how a local member goes back to object. So I would say I would at least like some reassurance. But I take your point, Chair. I wasn't suggesting Tom brought the entire 30 suite back, but perhaps just to say, these are what the college have put in, all the dates are satisfied, construction management plan does comply with the compliance conditions, because then I think that would give me some reassurance.
Okay, I've got Councillor Dildale first. I've got you, Councillor Thornborough. So just to say on that mechanism for update, is that a thing, Tom, or the fact that we haven't got a mechanism, does it still mean that we go to a sort of standard mechanism, or is that something we actually need?
Well, I think the only mechanism I'm aware of, unless Jane or Keith disagree, is to ask the applicant to re-discharge the necessary condition. There wouldn't be anything the applicant could do unless Jane or Keith disagree.
They're nodding, yeah.
To ensure that a mechanism is in place set apart from re-discharging the condition if they were to choose a different phasing strategy.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Pora? You're grimacing.
No, it's just a bit frustrating because, again, it's the way that's worded. I mean, I do see Tom's point, but for me, I would at least like something in the papers that said if this were delayed, we would definitely inform the local planning authority, or there's a mechanism to tell the school, like we have sometimes with construction, where we put in a condition where the builders have to tell neighbours the day that they're doing the noisy work. But I just feel that isn't in there at the moment. But I do take your point that the inspector's wording is a little frustrating because it's not totally clear. But the idea is it's only if a massive change happens that we are reliant on the owners telling us, which I'm sure they would, but I would prefer something a little bit more robust, which is another reason for asking to defer, because I think we can just get that reassurance from the people and get these discharged in the longer term.
Okay, Councillor Dildale.
So if this condition is just telling us that all the other conditions can be discharged with one suite of papers, because this is one phase of work, I can't see us having to re-discharge condition 3 at any point unless they were to say, actually, we've changed our mind and we're going to do it in multiple phases. I think it's quite clear from the the construction plan that they're hoping to do it in one phase, and I think we would also hope that it happens in one phase. So I do think that while it's helpful to know that, well, we will need to, an update would have to happen if they then turned around and said, we're going to change our mind and do it in multiple phases, because that would change all of the other conditions as well. So I feel slightly more confident with that, having understood what this condition means. I think then my question, I've got a couple of questions. If, as Councillor Porrer is asking us to bring multiple conditions all at the same time, to me, it seems like we need to discharge condition 3 before anyone can bring anything about condition 8 or condition 7, because it determines whether they bring it in one suite of things. So it seems to me that this is just informing how the papers are put together and how the conditions are designed and brought to the planning authority. So, as mentioned by Martin, it means that the other conditions kind of trump this one. And I think it'd be helpful just to get that clarification that what's really unhelpful here, and I think we all understand that there is a feeling of uneasiness because this is the first thing that we're seeing, this plan, but actually it's not going to be accurate, and actually the dates that will come in the other conditions are going to be the accurate dates, and therefore to me it kind of seems like the months and the dates that are given here, while they're unhelpful, they actually aren't very useful for us in discharging this condition. It's more that it's illustrative to show that this is one phase. And therefore, to me, I feel, while it's uncomfortable and I don't feel, you know, it's difficult for us to look at this and say, I feel confident, but we have to put our confidence in the officers that when the conditions, or in the planning team, that when the conditions for 7, 8 and the other very important ones come through, that's when the dates are going to be enforced, and that's when clarity on these really important things is going to come. So that's how I'm seeing it at the moment. I don't know if that's yeah. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Any response to that, Tom? It mostly wasn't questions, but I think...
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, fine, yep. So, Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. No, just to observe that I think there's clearly...
Hang on a minute, Mike, are you on? You're not on this item?
Sorry?
You are? Sorry, I got confused. Yeah, sorry, carry on, Mike. Apologise.
So just to say that I think it's quite clear from members' questions that there's a lack of detailed information, and I feel uneasy about making a decision today. Personally, I think I agree with those members who suggested deferral so that we can have a full analysis of the information that we've been asking for. And I think it's fairly clear what the information is we're asking for, so it shouldn't be too difficult to bring enough information to satisfy, you know, and set at ease the concerns that have been raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, any more hands? Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
So I think, again, Jane's explanation was very helpful, but one thing I'd like to ask, but with respect, is whether one of the points raised in the appeal decision, whether it's actually been interpreted might be interpreted in a different way. So the appeal decision said the condition is necessary to provide a phasing strategy if there is to be more than one phase of development. And in condition 8D, it talks about phasing of demolition and construction works. So is it possible that the inspector was talking about construction works, not the phasing of delivery of planning conditions information, the sign-off of planning conditions? So wouldn't the phasing strategy be relevant that the appeal inspector talked about? Is that not relevant to 8D rather than the submission of planning condition? I think it's very, very good that the applicant is providing information for all the conditions at once. I think it's an extremely good way forward, rather than over the course of the construction programme, you know, and the build out. I think that is very, very commendable. It's a lot of work to do that, and I think it's a very, very good thing they've done that. But I think that if it's correct that the condition 3 is just about submission of the conditions, and they've agreed to do it all in one go, that's great. But I do believe that the point that the inspector made is with regard to 8D. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Just before I go back to you, Tom, Jane?
So yes, Councillor, that it probably could be read in both ways, especially because the last part of it says to provide a phasing strategy if there is to be more than one phase of development which is necessary due to the way the site may come forward. It probably could be read in both ways, potentially, for that part. If it helps councillors, and I don't think Tom could clarify this one as well, that we could remove the table on page 17 of the report. It details the information that we would use as part of this discharge of condition, and that we could take away that table. The one that's may have caused a bit of confusion, the one that's labelled, please bear with me, in construction works, the construction programme. Because we've got that's the one. Because we've got confirmation from the developer that it will be over one phase, and that we take that out. If Tom can confirm that, that would be okay.
There's a suggestion on the table there. I think you finished, have you, Jane? Yep. So, Tom, back to you. So, Councillor Thornborough asked questions, and there's a suggestion there for you to clarify, agree with or not.
Yes, picking up Jane's point, yeah, so the applicant submitted a covering letter stating that they're submitting it in one phase. So that information is there, and so we could approve that without the construction programme. The condition 8, Councillor Thornborough's raised, in terms of Lim D, it does seem like it sort of slightly conflicts with the first part of condition 8 in terms of no development or phase of. I would think that the timetable needs to be sufficient. If they're doing it in one phase, the details of that timetable need to be sufficient to give enough details in terms of any air quality and dust management impacts. So the reason for that condition is the impacts upon receptors. So my interpretation of that is the inspector wanted to make sure that the impacts weren't, if they were doing a phase approach, then the impacts might be over a certain period of time. If they're doing it in one go, there might sort of then be more impacts, but potentially could be done in a shorter period, and therefore what mitigation measures need to be employed. So that was my thinking around that condition, and it needs to be sufficient to assess what the air quality and dust management implications of discharging that condition are.
Okay, thanks, Tom. We'll have to come to a conclusion on this soon, I think. Time's getting on. And the proposal to remove the construction programme diagram, Gantt chart, is on the table. We'll come to that in a minute, but Councillor Thornborough, you want to speak?
So I think that we've agreed that there is a single phase for submitting the conditions, but there is not a single phase for delivering the building and the construction programme. There is a phase for demolition and a phase for construction works. And I think it's actually, we should confirm that there are many phases for the construction, and that that condition 8 is actually spot on about what's required, including this timetable of the different phases. And I actually feel that all of the concerns raised by the school and the ward councillor are directly relevant to condition 8, not condition 3, because that's just, and I actually feel that the call-in should have been on condition 8, which would include a strategy for dealing with the different phases of construction in line with the appeal inspector's comments in paragraph 65. So I agree completely that this programme should be removed from any relevance to condition 3. In my opinion, condition 3 could be discharged, but I feel that there should be a lot of a call in for condition 8.
Just to be clear, what do you mean by a call-in? You mean that you want condition 8 to come to planning committee? Right, okay. Tom?
So far I understand that there's been no call-in so far. That needs to be done in writing within a set period, so within 21 days or 14 days after an amendment. I know they've recently resubmitted an air quality and dust management plan, and it's now on the public portal for people to view. So it's up to ward councillors to call that in if they feel that is necessary and give planning reasons for doing so.
Well, on that, I mean, this call-in, so-called today, is not for planning reasons, is it? As I understand it. Keith, do you want to answer that one?
In my view, no. It's not truly on planning reasons, planning merits. But it was a planning officer decision to call it in to accept the member request.
Right, okay, so I think in your introduction to the start of this item some time ago, you laid out why the item was in front of us today on the table, so it'll be for the same reasons, I guess, basically, which is...
So, yeah, so for any condition requests that are called in, it will be on the basis of the sufficiency of the information submitted. We are assessing whether there's enough information submitted to discharge the relevant condition.
Right, I was going to say no more hands up, but yeah, Councillor Bennett.
I'm not sure we've covered Councillor Porrer's point about the lack of a mechanism for review.
Well, there was an answer to that question, but I don't think Councillor Porrer liked the answer very much. But Councillor Porrer, it's your question. It's
really difficult because I think I do, I'm literally not sure how I'll vote on this, but I do agree with Councillor Thornborough. I think that's what I'm trying to say, the condition 3 is not perhaps the right one. If officers are absolutely certain, I think they have been, that there will be a very robust examination of all these dependent conditions, which for me would be 7, 8, I think 10 and 14 at least. I'm sure there'll be a robust examination of all of them, but particularly pertinent to this. And that we're saying by condition 3 being discharged today, all we're doing is moving to that next stage where there is a right to call in for members or members of the public. Then I think I do take some satisfaction for that. I do continue with my frustration because the wording between the report from the inspector and the conditions are quite challenging. It could be interpreted in different ways with the phasings. But I think I feel slightly more confident that we're not risking anything by discharging condition 3 if officers are certain that condition 8 will have that robustness and we remove the plan that suggests it could be done in July without the school holiday dates in there. So I think I'm probably minded to remove my request to defer, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, okay. So just to be clear, did you say that if we're not discharging condition 3, so condition 3 is the item we're considering at the moment, so are you saying...
If we were to agree to discharge it today, if officers could just reassure that they are satisfied that there are robust enough conditions coming forward under the full discharge of 8, 7, 14 and others, that obviously there's still the right to call those in, there's still the right, for example, for the LPA to refuse them if they're not happy that it doesn't comply.
Local planning authority, yeah. Councillor Thornborough?
Yes, so I'm just to be, in my mind, the comments that were made and the concerns raised, particularly by Councillor Porra about changes and things like that, are directly relevant to this programme, the construction programme, which should come under 8D. So we feel that that programme is not sufficient. We commented on, we've been discussing something which is under 8, condition 8 rather than condition 3. All of our comments and concerns are directly relevant to condition 8, and I feel it's really important that they're taken on board.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, that makes it look like we've been talking about the wrong thing, although I think there's another way of looking at that, which is that condition 3, which is what we should be talking about, is the overall strategy document for all of those things. So it's sort of fair enough that we could consider the detail of other so-called conditions with 8, 7, 10, 14 numbers. So Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a practical point, which is the applicant is not present today. There seems to be a clear agreement in the room that we need to ensure that there is a clearer plan to protect the school from works during term time. How is that to be affected and communicated to the applicant? And I'm sorry if that's an ignorant question, but I'm still learning on planning.
Not an ignorant question at all. Councillor Dale, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I would just like to agree that I'd be happy if we removed the construction programme from this when we make the decision. I think that is what has caused a lot of issues, and I think what's being implied is that if this construction programme was to come to us when we were considering condition 8, we would not be happy with that, and I don't think the local planning authority would be happy with that because it wouldn't have sufficient detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I think to be fair to the applicant, which one does try to do, at least as chair, they're probably trying to be helpful by giving an overall diagrammatic of how things are going to pan out going forward. But I can easily see how you can have a resident in 2026 looking at this diagram and saying, look, what's happening here? It should be happening now. And that's going to be a problem, isn't it? So I completely agree. It should probably just remove that document and rely on the text as written that represents those things. So is anyone against that? Oh, Councillor Thornborough.
I think that if we were to agree that the conditions could be all submitted in one phase, that shouldn't imply that we agree with all of the conditions. Yeah.
Sorry, I was distracted then. Can you just say the last bit, please, Councillor?
I think if we approve condition 3, what we're agreeing is that all the information to discharge all the conditions in one go is satisfactory, but not that each condition has met the criteria for being discharged.
I see. Okay. Tom, did you have anything on that? Are you happy with that, what Councillor Thornborough's just said?
Yeah, so I think we are saying the information for this condition only is satisfactory. We're not saying this information is satisfactory for the other conditions. Other conditions requires more details.
Okay, and Keith, I think you're about to throw a spanner in the works.
Chair, no. Condition 3, which is what you've got in front of you today, is approval for that condition alone. Once that has been approved and it's a one-phase development, then everything else that is required to be approved will come in as a complete set of documents. And it's at that point, officers, members, if they choose, will be looking at the detail. Is the detail sufficient to discharge each of the other conditions when they come in? And we're told that that's going to be as a job lot, if you'll forgive that expression.
So I'm not quite clear, Keith, what are you saying? Is there a problem or is that going to be okay?
I don't see a problem, no, and I don't think the planning officers do either.
Okay, so I think, all right, I've got you, Councillor Thornborough. Let's come to a conclusion then, final questions and so on. So I think we've agreed that we're going to remove this construction programme Gantt chart from the documentation. No one's spoken against that, so I don't think we even need a vote. Although I've got your hand up, okay, Councillor. And Barry, just goes to you first, I suppose. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I'm just not clear. You know, if we're removing part of the, you know, what the applicant has submitted in response to condition 3, is that not effectively refusing, you know, their response? Because it seems to me that that's a very substantive point of it. So I'm still not clear about how that works as a way forward.
So I'm going to take the risk of answering that, but I'm going to go to Tom afterwards just to check I've said the right thing. So as I understand it, you know, this package of documentation has been put to us for approval. The recommendation is approve. We can approve if we so wish, but not that bit of it. We can say not that bit, so remove that Gantt chart. But that doesn't mean that we're saying no to the whole thing. And the content of the Gantt chart is already written anyway in text form. And as always in planning, it's the text that's the important thing, not the pictures or the diagrams or anything else, because they can lie, basically. Because, you know, in my day, we had artist impressions, which showed a picture of a nice building, but then when you actually saw it, it wasn't anything like it. So that was an aside. But basically, it's the text is the important thing, I think, Councillor. Tom, is that correct?
So I think we're assessing what is necessary what's the necessary information to discharge the condition. So a lot of applicants submit lots of details, lots of different information, and we might just need certain documents for it to be sufficient to discharge that condition. So we're not refusing that construction programme, we're just saying we don't need it for the discharge of condition application to make it acceptable. We're not using that as a part of the approval documents. The covering letter states that the applicant intends to undertake the works in one phase. Everyone understands that it's going to be done in one phase, and so that is enough information for us then to determine the application, and they've confirmed with us that they'll be submitting all the other discharge conditions applications in one application per condition, rather than in a phased approach.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Councillor Thornborough.
So this condition 3 is extremely badly written because it doesn't even mention conditions. It doesn't say a phasing strategy for submission of conditions. And it talks about phases and subphases of development, which we agree is actually part of 8D. So I think we all agree that it's good to submit all of the conditions in one go, but that is not what this condition says. And I'm really worried that if we agree this condition without any word, it doesn't say conditions anywhere, that it could be implied that we're agreeing the phases and subphases of the construction programme, which we don't agree.
Right, so I said earlier you're a qualified architect with regard to one thing. You're also the Executive Councillor of Planning and Infrastructure, so I'm concerned that you said that. So Tom, if we can, I'm concerned now whether we should changing path on this consideration. So what do you think? Jane?
So it's also important with the way that the conditions are ordered in the decision notice as well. So because this is number 3, it would read to us that it's covers all the conditions below it. So of course you have like the time limit condition for the whole development, the plans condition. So reading the application as a whole, being condition 3, saying no development shall commence until a phasing strategy. For us, the phasing strategy would be how you are phasing the development. So development shall be carried out in accordance with agreed details. It's how the whole site will be developed. So the developer has said to us that the whole site will be developed as one, that it won't be done in individual blocks, individual stages. It will be in one lump sum. So when they come into later, so condition 8, where it says no development or phase of, the or phase of in that first paragraph would be condition 3. So condition 3 saying there are no phases. Condition 8 then says no development or phase of, the phase is one whole phase. So reading condition 3 first, that kind of then slots into that part of condition 8, and that's part of condition 10 later on. You've already told us what the phases are, being 1. So we then later know throughout the rest of the conditions that there is only one phase, if that helps.
Is it the case here that we've got standard conditions that often apply to applications where there are lots of phases, but this one has one phase, and so there's a bit of sort of semantic, yeah.
So if you have a development, say, for 100 houses or a bigger commercial development, you would normally expect them to work throughout the site, working back to front as they work through or left to right. But the developers told us with this one that they don't need to. They can do the whole thing in one go. So sometimes with a house build, you might build 10 houses, sell them on, 20 houses, sell them on, or build one commercial unit, sell that, and so on and so forth. But that's not the case with this one. It's just being done in one go.
Right, okay. Councillor Thornborough, quickly come back.
But we're still expecting 8D, where there will be information, including a timetable for the phasing of the demolition and construction works.
Jane?
Thank you, Chair. So through you, so yes, that would be a phasing of the construction works of the demolition. So then we would expect details and dates of when they would be demolishing each individual building over one whole programme of the site. Yeah, that would then be part of that. Because we are only doing this in one phase, we expect that information in one go, in one lump sum.
Okay, Councillor Gilderdale?
Just one clarification, which my understanding is that we're going to expect all the conditions in one lump sum, not as in every single condition up to number 30 is all going to come in at the same time, but for each condition, which may come in at different times, there will be one lump sum of information regarding to one phase of development. So it's not that the rest of the 30 conditions are all going to come in it together. Just for clarity's sake, because I know that there's been talk of lump sum, and that means information per condition for the whole development, rather than each condition will come in together.
Yeah, Jane?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, so we would expect the whole of all the information for condition 8 to come in at one go. I don't know, a month or two later, it might be condition 10, but it will be all that information for that one condition to come in at once.
Right, okay, good debate, quite robust, I think, there. Councillor Bennett?
Apologies, but I'm still not clear how the genuine concerns brought forward by the public speakers, the lack of information, flow and protection of the school are going to be achieved, whether at this meeting or outside it. And I think there is some acceptance within the rule that these are important issues. With the planning committee, the buck stops here with us. And I'd really appreciate some advice from the officers and the chair as to how these reasonable objectives can be secured, whether within the meeting or outside it.
Righto, Tom? Or Jane, if better?
So each of the conditions would be submitted for discharge. So we would take advice from our technical colleagues on all the details. We would consult with them and then decide on the information that way. It's on the information that's submitted to us. We would then discharge the condition that way. I can understand that the concerns that you've raised now, we would let the developer know via email. The concerns have been raised, they would have read the objections to this application in front of us today, so they know what points to focus on for the future.
Just before I go back to you, Councillor Bennett, in terms of what's been said earlier in the debate about possibly bringing conditions 7, 10, 14, 8 back to committee, or any other conditions for that matter, I presume that can still happen. It's just a matter of a member calling those in, basically. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Jane. I think that is a helpful response. Would there be any possibility of the public speakers being copied in on that email and response from the applicants? Because uncertainty is not good for a school which has a duty of care to protect its pupils and needs to ensure that it is discharging that.
Sounds a bit odd. I mean, I think, there's other residents as well. It's not just the school. I mean, we'd need to sort of copy in every resident, I suppose, or at least the residents that have objected maybe, or made a representation. But Tom?
Yes, to make the point that for some of the conditions, in the wording of the condition, it requires consultation with the school prior to coming in to discharge that condition. So I understand there's already been dialogue between the developer and the school for one or two of the conditions. So some of the text in those conditions requires that consultation to happen, rather than it just be voluntarily given.
Right. Okay. Was that satisfactory, Councillor Bennett? You want to come back?
So what I'm taking away from this is that the protection effectively needs to be outside this meeting. Is that correct?
I don't understand what you mean by outside this meeting.
In that sort of the action needed to ensure that the pupils are protected during term time isn't something that we can do within this meeting, that it requires action from officers outside the meeting.
Keith?
Picking up that point, Tom has addressed that. Can I refer you to Lim A of Condition 8. Details of consultations with key receptors, particularly Newnham Croft Primary School, held prior to the discharge of the condition. So they have got to actually satisfy the planning authority that they've carried out adequate consultations and taken those on board before they seek to discharge the condition. So yes, it is outside this room today where the comfort will be obtained.
But we all work together. Officers, members, we're after the same thing. Councillor Gilder-Dale.
I think what you're asking is that we cannot provide that reassurance to the questions that have been raised because they relate to Condition 8. And therefore, we cannot finalise that today because we're considering Condition 3. And at some point in the future, it may be that Condition 8 might come to committee, and therefore we will be able to sit here and discuss it. But if it doesn't, it will be considered by all the relevant representatives and by the planning officers. And that's when the reassurance around these things will be confirmed.
Very well put, Councillor. I couldn't have done it better myself. Thank you. Okay, all right. So at some stage in the future, depending on whether a member calls it in or somebody else calls it in, I suppose we can look at other conditions. And I suppose that will be when they're all ready, in fact, but we can pick and choose which ones we want to look at, I suppose. And if we want to look at them all, that's up to people that decide what to do. But on this matter of condition 3, today, I think we're ready to go to the vote then, unless there's any final questions. Councillor Thornborough.
So I just have when for condition 8, maybe I should be asking this after this decision, but for condition 8, it says no development or phase of shall commence until air quality and dust management plan has been submitted and agreed. Does no development include no preparation work, like not bringing in additional utilities, not preparing access roads that might be slightly outside the red line boundary? Is it only what's in the red line boundary or is it prep work to enable the construction to start, or including demolition? Thanks.
Good question. Tom.
So development is defined in section 106 that's attached to this planning application in terms of what is exempt from the meaning of commencement and development, which includes laying of services. So that's exempt from the definition within that 106. So they can do certain things prior to discharging the pre-commencement conditions.
Right, that's good. Get that clear. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tom. Okay, let's get the recommendation then, please. By the way, so we've agreed to remove that construction programme from the application documentation. Okay. Jane. We can't have debate with you now, I'm afraid, no. Jane?
So recommendation as per page 18, 11.1 of the report is for approval and removal of the construction programme. Thank you, Chair.
Can you say that again a bit louder, please, Jane?
Sorry, I do apologise. So recommendations for approval as per page 18, part 11.1 of the recommendation and removal of the construction programme. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. So all those in favour of the recommendation?
Five support recommendation, Chair.
Against?
None.
Abstain?
One.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. So let's have a comfort break for 5 minutes. So if we come back at 11:10, please. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Next item on planning committee is item 6 at 16 Golding Road. I've got speakers, so we've got the objector Susan and applicant James and Councillor Smith or Councillor Todd Jones, if Councillor Smith can't make it, will speak as a ward councillor. And if Councillor Todd Jones does speak for Councillor Smith, he will obviously not vote on or debate this item. So, Tom, if you're ready to present the item then, please.
You're going to have to give me a second, Chair. My PowerPoint has decided to not load, so just bear with me a second.
Anyone? We need a bit of filler. Stand-up comedy was never my forte, I don't think. Not that either. No. Okay. Well, we'll just carry on eating snacks, I think, and drinking coffee.
I'm all ready to go, Chair.
Tom, present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. So the application before members today is the application at 16 Golding Road in Cambridge. The proposal is for the erection of a 2-storey, 3-bed self-built dwelling with new vehicular access and landscaping works in the rear garden of number 16 Golding Road. Officers are recommending for approval. So there's a couple of updates on the application. A couple of them were noted in the amendment sheet. One wasn't, which was the addition of the self-build condition. So that is just the standard condition that we would put on all self-build applications. So that is just there, that's on the screen now. So officers will be seeking to add that. Other updates as well is that there are updated tree officer comments following amended plans submitted. Cambridge City Council have also, their comments have been uploaded and included. That was on the amendment sheet. And then within the conditions, there was an unnumbered condition which related to EV charging. This has been removed from the condition list because it was a duplicate from the final condition, which was condition 15. So the application site is the site in red. I'll get my pointer up so that, oh, bear with. So the application site is the site marked in red, so it extends within the rear garden of the site with then access over the existing access to other garages, and it does partially form over a parking space within, which is relating to other neighbouring properties. The reason why the location plan extends so much further down to Golding Road is because this area in red here is owned by the City Council and is not the adopted local highway, so that's the reason why the red line has extended down to Golding Road here. But obviously development isn't seeking to be sought through this aspect here. The development would be located here. The area outlined in blue is the host dwelling, which is number 16 Golding Road. So this plan here just shows the site constraints. So as you can see, there's the red line as mapped out. There are some protected trees on the northern boundary. So there's, and I'll show these in my photo. So there's a tree here, and then there's a group of trees at the back. Then there is no surface water risk on the site, but the areas edged in blue around here and around number 16 and number 14, they are all areas of identified surface water flood risk. So the application is before members today because there have been third-party comments that are contrary to officer recommendation, and the application has also been called in by Councillor Smith on the grounds that the application is in contravention of Policy 52. There's a loss of garden land, and that this will in turn have an impact on a wildlife corridor and flooding, and that the proposal will impact on the character of the area by its massing, height and materials. In terms of the material planning considerations that members should be considering today, they relate solely to, and not just including these, but impact on the character and appearance of the area, impact on neighbouring amenity, highway and car parking, impact on biodiversity and impact on trees. This is just a Google Map imagery of the site, just indicating that the site is in a residential area. So you've got residential properties to the south, east, this sort of area around here is all residential gardens of those on Golding Road, and then these are just the residential gardens of other properties to the west. In terms of the site as it's proposed, so access would be through, so as indicated, there's an area of hard standing which relates to the garage. This would then be extended, and there is a fence which currently runs along this entire southern/southwestern boundary. So the applicant would seek to remove a part of that fence to create a new access through there. It would go over, as I've said, the existing hard standing, and it would partially include part of a parking space, which all of this land surrounded by here, and all the parking space is all owned by the City Council. The dwelling itself would be located here, sort of more towards the end of the garden. Obviously it would have its own garden space, and obviously it retains some garden space for number 16 as well. I indicated that there were some protected trees. So this is the one singular tree, which is located here where my pointer is, and then there's the group of conifer trees. I've got photos of those as well to indicate as well. So these are the proposed elevations. So it's a 1.5 story dwelling with some dormer windows which face out onto the car park area. And this is just the same image, just without the hedgerow. So the hedgerow is seeking to be removed along the entirety of the site. However, via condition, the applicant is seeking to reinstate a hedge, and through a condition, we can condition that to ensure that that is included and we have control over that as the local planning authority. These are the rear and side elevations. So there is just one roof light on the rear elevation, which faces number 14. And then these are the side elevations. So this would be from within the garden of number 16, and then this would be at the very top of the garden, facing east. The applicant has provided some proposed CGI images, so I just thought I'd provide those just for some further clarity. And then this is just indicating the proposed floor plans. In terms of the site itself, so it is within the rear garden space of number 16 as indicated. The proposal would seek to remove the hedgerow along the front along here, but would seek to reinstate that. When I also related to the access, so in terms of the area where all these cars are parked, that is car parking for tenants of the City Council and the properties that were to the south. The proposal would seek to encompass part of the parking space here. There did originally used to be a bollard within that car parking space, but that has since been removed. And then the access would go in through this site, and then there would be a new entrance via this, via the fence and hedgerow here. It is noted that the applicant, the land is not owned by the applicant, and it is owned by the City Council. However, this is, and there has been an objection from the City Council regarding the access over it. However, this solely relates to the objection relating to how often they would provide access, and that it's renewed temporarily and they would not give permanent access. But the actual, whether the City Council gave rights to the applicant to use that is a civil matter, and it's not part of this planning application. It's not a material consideration. That would be a matter between parties. This is just a close-up of the proposed access. So the reason I've showed this photo is just to indicate that there is a number of single-storey outbuildings within the rear that surround the site. And then this is views from what is the adopted local highway all the way up to the north of the site. Obviously there's a belt of trees here, but the proposal would be sited roughly where my marker is here. And then these are photos from within the rear garden. So these are views east towards number 16 and number 14. And this is the boundary treatment that separates the two properties at present between number 14 and 16. And then this is then just an image then looking north and west. So this would be where the property would be located. And then this is just views from within the garden towards the adjacent properties on Golding Road. So in regards to consultee comments, there's been no objection from the local highway authority, tree officer, ecology officer or environmental health officer, subject to several recommended conditions which are noted in the officer's report. As indicated, Cambridge City Council have objected to the application, but that is largely relating to them not agreeing to the access licence on a permanent basis, and that the access licences are renewed annually. So they're not objecting to the development in so much as that it relates to the access, but as indicated, that's a civil matter. There's been a number of third-party representations that relate to residential amenity, the impact on the development of the wider area, which is within policy 52. Other legal covenants, loss of green corridor, impacts on climate and biodiversity. There was a query regarding the bollard, as I've indicated, that's since been removed. Proposals out of character, excess noise and disturbance, and impact on trees. Officers are recommending the application for approval, indicating that it would not cause harm to the character and appearance of the area, would not harm amenity and living conditions of neighbouring properties, would not unduly impact on biodiversity and ecology, and also would not impact unduly on protected trees. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Tom. So, speakers, so Sue, you've got 3 minutes to speak. If you turn the microphone on, you sort of press the button on the right-hand side, it should light up, that's it. And 30 seconds before the end, you'll get a bell ring to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. Okay.
Before you start the 3 minutes, I did submit some images to be displayed.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Sue. So, can I just confirm they're in the public domain, officers?
I do have those, Chair, so I can have those available for the objector.
I'll do that for you then. Okay. So if you put them
because-
up first before Sue starts.
Thank you.
So if you want the images changed, Sue, just say, and Tom will change them over. And right.
Could you, in that case, could you do the 4-in-1? Because I don't think I can do my words and stop and say change and all that.
We'll extend it if need be a bit to make sure you get all your stuff in.
Okay. Right, I'm ready to start.
Yep.
This application relies on access across the City Council's parking court, which, as you've just heard, the Council has objected to. This land is part of the Council's rolling programme of reviewing windfall sites for possible future council homes development, so it needs to be unrestricted. So it does fail policy 52D, re-access, and 52E, as it would be detrimental to future wider development, irrespective of what the committee report says about there being a current live application on this windfall site or not. Against 55, 56, 57, 59, 52A and B, this large two-storey house of uniform copper cladding is incongruous and jars with the neighbourhood brick and tile dwellings. is excessive in scale at 75 square metre footprint, with the boundary 24 metre of high hedging to be replaced in due course with a limited length low hedge that won't be on the applicant's land, but it will be on the council's narrow strip, as the proposed build is right onto the boundary. The surrounding back gardens there have only got single-storey garden sheds, outbuildings, garages. There are no dwellings. More modest back garden applications have recently been refused at EG 82 Arbury Road and 140 Foster Road. Regarding nature and biodiversity 52A and B, the proposal disrupts and reduces the beginning of a significant green corridor of gardens, as you could see on the Google Earth. This could set a precedent for a tranche of back garden developments through here, decimating the green and tree-filled corridor. This is my 4 images bit now. The 4 images I've submitted, you could roll them or something, I'm not sure, clearly show that the proposal has a material detrimental effect on the amenity and privacy of the adjoining property, a property being not just a dwelling, but also its accompanying outdoor space and garden. You can see the next one, that one. You can see the new building is 500% plus in height compared to much of the current low boundary fence at 1.2 metres that you can see there. 330% in height further up the garden. That's where you see the north elevation of the applicant, where the fence is 1.8. This means that the top southish facing and open sitting out area of number 14 garden, which is sunny from lunchtime onwards and where I spend most of my leisure time, as all neighbours know, and why I've lived here these last 20 years, would be overshadowed by this dominant and overbearing dwelling. And it's quite inappropriate for the committee report to assume there's little use at paragraph 913 and 974. May I ask that those are kept up? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sue. Next.
That was within 3 minutes.
Yeah, that was just under 3 minutes. So next is the applicant, James.
When my wife and I considered self-building a new home in our garden, we engaged with the planning team at the earlier stage and carried out the highest level of pre-application service offered. The garden had previously been subdivided by a cypress hedgerow, creating a natural split, and the planners were supportive of a new house on the rear section. We have set the following design criteria. The house should be 1.5 stories with a similar footprint to number 12 Golding Road. It should be sited to the rear of the garden, where the neighbour's large cypress trees already shade her garden considerably, limiting potential shadowing to a minimum. A large beech tree also shields the house from many of the existing houses. The design should be modern in form and materials and should not look to replicate the surrounding vernacular. The roof design should be pitched with dormers, and a green flat roof was not supported. The house should also address the parking court. This application is the result of this extensive consultation and meets both Cambridge and national planning policies and has been recommended for approval. The property is fully disabled accessible, something important to me as my mother is disabled with multiple sclerosis. Both ourselves and future residents will benefit from this accessible home. No objections were received from statutory consultations. 2 objections were received from neighbours. The planning officer has addressed each point raised in detail in his report and has confirmed the application is acceptable throughout. The tree officer has confirmed that the proposal adequately mitigates damage to the neighbour's protected trees and raised no issues with the removal of 1 cherry tree and planting of 4 trees. The existing car park hedgerow will be retained in part, and the 12 metres removed during the building process will be replanted afterwards. The proposal also includes an additional 24 metres of hedgerow planted. No concerns were raised by ecology or tree officers. Although exempt from biodiversity net gain requirements, we are committed to improving biodiversity on site. An ecological appraisal was completed and the recommendations are included. In addition to the new trees and hedgerows, we will install bat, bird and hedgehog habitats. The ecology officer has confirmed that the site does not form part of a wildlife corridor and raised no concerns. Regarding effects on amenity, the house is 34 metres from the rear of number 14 and even further from any other dwelling. It sits 2 metres from the boundary and adjacent to a cluster of large cypress trees. The officer concluded that neighbouring amenity will not be affected. I thank you for your consideration today, and I urge you to pass this application in keeping with the planning officer's recommendations.
Yeah, thanks, James. Turn your microphone off, please. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Smith, hello. You want to
Thank
speak
you,
on
Chair.
this item?
And I'm very grateful. I've just managed to get into this item before I have to go to another meeting. So I'm extremely grateful that the timing has worked. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking to represent the concerns of two households who have raised concerns about this item. That is number 14 and number 6. I should say that I know one of the objectors, but that I do not believe that this has fettered my ability to represent their concerns in this case. I called in this item for 3 principal reasons, which I will share now with some additional points. I do want to clarify that I did not only call this an item on policy 52, but on 2 other policies. So I called it in on the base of policy 52, which is protecting garden land and the subdivision of existing dwelling plots. I made this point because I believe the development and the parking would be a significant loss of garden land. I note, for example, that the ecology officer does reference the loss of a vegetated garden in their report. And please also note that one of the objectors refers to the back garden as a key wildlife corridor, suggesting the backland development is a threat to biodiversity. But I also called it in on policy 55, which is responding to context. There is no precedent for this development in the direct area. Existing backland development is, as you've heard, limited to sheds and garden rooms. The context of this development is of large gardens, providing that wildlife space, and this development, in my opinion, does not respond sufficiently to that context. I also put forward it in on the basis of policy 57, which is designing new buildings, raising issues of height, scale, form and proportions, and the query of the building's height and mass, which has the potential to dominate and overshadow the surrounding area, as you have heard suggested by another speaker today. Additionally, I would argue that the materials and cladding are not suitable for their purpose and setting. A couple of other points I wish to make. I do want to thank the team for ensuring that the missing papers have all been updated in the last couple of days. I would, however, raise that it does make it very difficult when papers are not uploaded till the last minute, particularly with some only uploaded this morning as amendments, because it gives all of us, councillors and members of the planning committee, limited time for full scrutiny of the documentation. And I would note that that includes the objection by the City Council about only granting access to the land at a year at a time. There were 1 or 2 comments I wish to make on the detail. The committee may wish to note that the recently uploaded Oakfield arboricultural assessment provided by the applicant claims that the cypresses G1 are of no significance, no overall significant value, but these cypresses are protected by a TPO, so that is a comment the committee may wish to probe. I also wish to raise some concerns around the shielding hedge proposed around the south elevation. Now, if I'm correct and I've read these plans correctly, the property goes right up to the boundary, so the hedge would be proposed for council land. Now, if there are mitigations for overlook, I would assume this actually needs to be on the applicant's land, so that if the council were to make any use of that land in future, it wouldn't negate those mitigations. I was also quite surprised to see reference in the report that the build is close to a likely lesser used part of number 14's garden. For me, and you've also heard this from number 14, I don't believe that is an appropriate assumption to make, particularly without a site visit to the resident concerned. And I appreciate that's not a this is not what I'm going to say is not a material consideration, but it's especially true in this case because the resident, and they've given me permission to say this, cares for an adult disabled son, makes very significant use of their whole garden as they are unable to leave the property very much for respite. So they very much are using the whole of that garden. I did request clarification in advance of the meeting on item section point 2 of the report, which seems to imply that in the case of this being turned down and there being an appeal, the outcome would be decided by officer discussion rather than coming back to any other process. I know that this has been updated with a slightly different phrasing, but my confusion still remains because mainly I've seen that with reference to conditions rather than to a refusal, because it doesn't seem to bring the planning committee's decision fully enough into scope. So I wondered if some comment on that would be useful. Finally, I did just want to say that if the committee is minded to approve, I would ask the committee to consider 3 additional or amended conditions. Condition 13 refers to the proximity of the dwelling to other homes and the timings. I wonder if the applicant might consider voluntarily adhering to all aspects of the considerate contractor scheme guidelines, which are relevant to a self-build, given that it is in such a residential area. I also couldn't see, and forgive me if I've missed it, the air source heat pump on the plans. And I believe there should be confirmation that it would be in the location shown on drawing, I think it's 6590968, which is near the car entrance and at a distance from neighbours, rather than somewhere which would come into conflict with neighbours. And finally, we've only just seen the kind of final comments from the tree officers. They have been quite specific, I think, on the details of what's needed. So requesting that tree protection item makes it very clear what is needed in terms of having a plan for trees before the work started. So those are all the comments I wish to make. Thank you very much for bearing with me and hearing those, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Okay, so Tom, before we get to debate, I don't know if there's any points that you want to cover off for members, so from the speakers. So thinking about the objector, she referred to it as a 2-storey house. You referred to it as a 1.5-storey. The objector talked about 75 square metres. I can't remember the exact form of words now, being sort of too big or too much or something. So I don't know if you say anything about that. Well, the civil matter you've already covered off, but we'll probably come back to that, I expect. And just in terms of what the councillor said there, so the property on the boundary and the appeal potential, officers considering it, and then those other conditions that she mentioned, which were considered contractor, air source heat pump position of, and I've missed the last one, but you probably got it, hopefully. Otherwise, I'll have to go back to it. All right, can you just sort of talk about those first?
I'll try and answer them best I can, Chair. If I have missed anything, please let me know. I've sort of written them down in a sort of rough order. So just regarding, I think one of the things that was raised was in regard to policy 52, which specifically relates to the development of the site, and that basically proposal should not restrict the wider development of the site, should that be a possibility. And I think one of the objectors indicated that the site in itself could potentially be a site for development, a windfall development in the future. That in itself is speculative, and officers can't consider that as a material planning consideration unless an application has been submitted on that parcel of land. Officers can't consider speculative development, irrespective of whether that's something that has come forward. And I think there was also a comment about this setting a precedent for development in the future, and sort of dwellings being built along the rear of gardens. That in itself, once again, is also, you can't really consider the precedents based on that, because the applicant, and especially in this instance, in the application site, comes off a parking area, so it's completely different in its context and siting in comparison to those other properties in and around there. And obviously each application is based on its own merits anyway, so should any other application come forward, that would be considered within its own, on its own merits. There was a point about the appeal in 10.2 that solely relates to officers being able to negotiate planning obligations if, and obviously, an appeal is lodged, should this application be refused, then that's what it's solely relating to. Normally that applications like this don't come back to committee if they've been appealed based on that, and due to the size and scale of this development, I wouldn't expect any planning obligations to be required, so that's sort of null in that aspect. There were comments regarding the sitting out area. Obviously, although officers conducted a site visit of number 16, there's only so much that they can see in regards to the neighbouring properties, and obviously when I conducted a site visit, I assessed it as much as possible. As indicated, the dwelling is quite substantially located from the rear of number 14. it's very difficult for officers to know and understand where likely sitting out areas are. And within the report, I indicate that it's a likely sitting out area. I don't confirm that it's not an area that they do sit out. It's just officers have to make an assessment based on likely proximity to dwellings, because likely sitting out areas are closer to the property rather than being at the other end of the garden. But obviously I completely understand that in this case, the whole garden is used. But officers are still confident that the proposal would not cause harm because there is still a substantial amount of garden at number 14 which would not be impacted. In regard to your comment, Chair, in regard to 75 metres square being too big, that's a completely subjective point. It's whether it's 2-storey, officers consider it to be 1.5-storey. It's commensurate with the scale of development in the local area. Officers don't consider that its scale, massing, height is unacceptable. Obviously, we've indicated that. Another comment was raised in regard to the proximity of the boundary and the hedgerow. Although the plans do indicate that the dwelling would be situated closer, there is a condition, just double check which one that is within the officer's report, which requires the submission of a hard and soft landscaping plan, so officers would have control over that. So if you just bear with me, I can tell members what that exact condition was, unless Jane knows it better than I do.
Condition 6.
Thanks, Jane. That was everything that I had noted.
Not quite, I think. So, 2-storey, maybe I never said it, air source heat pump.
Sorry, there was a plan submitted. I haven't included it in the presentation pack, but the air source heat pump, the applicant has provided additional information which indicates that the air source heat pump would be located as far away from neighbouring properties as possible. The environmental health officer has also indicated that they have no objection, subject to conditions as well based on that. So it would be close to where the parking area is, so it would be at the front of that.
Righty-ho. I've got one question first, I think I'll do before I go to other members. So, visited the site and it was interesting to see the site. So it appears to me from what I saw and took some photos that vehicular access to the site could be gained, reasonably so, without taking away a parking space and putting a bollard in. Although it was interesting to hear there was a bollard there before. I didn't know that, I hadn't noticed that. So is that an option? I mean, I know we're into sort of civil matters here to a certain extent, but it seems to me that taking away a parking space is a bit of a loss for the other party, i.e. the City Council. And I don't know if I need to declare an interest there as a City Councillor. Yeah, okay, probably not, I think, as we're not actually arguing for anything. So is that a point, or is that bollard necessary and let's just get on with it sort of thing?
How the applicant indicates where the access is and whether that goes over other people's land is a civil matter. As long as they've indicated where the access is going, officers are content that it would provide adequate access. How they get that access and the people that they need to contact and what legal agreements that is a complete civil matter, Chair. You're right in that sense.
Right, thank you for that. So just to be clear then, members, the access is a civil matter. It's normally to do with other parties rather than the council, but it is in this case the council's land. But over to you then, members. Who's first? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on one of the points you've made as chair, which is it 2-storey or 1.5-storey? Because 1.1 in the executive summary on page 160 describes it as a 2-storey dwelling. And you're always telling me we go by the words, not the pictures. So that's problematic for me. And I'd also like to hear more about the protected tree. Thank you.
Okay, we'll collect up a few questions, I think. So next, Councillor Thornborough.
I know you said that the access is a civil matter, but policy 52 does say that we need to consider access, and access is through a car park. And also policy 57, designing new buildings, says that a new building needs to be convenient, safe and accessible for all users. So this is current and future users. So people, children, this is a family house. It may, there may be young children there in the future, and they will need to gain access through a car park, and then walk through a car park to pass some houses to the main road, and then onto the school, or cycle in and out. And I'm very concerned about that. And the car parks sometimes get full. There's a lot of accidents when people are reversing in and out, and there is no separate footpath from the main road through the car park. It's not designed for pedestrians and wheelchair users and deliveries to go through this space. So I'm concerned that it doesn't actually comply with that, with regard to designing new buildings. That's one of my, thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to hear about the safety of the access to the to this dwelling, and it looks like it's quite congested. And if a car reverses from the nearby garage, it looks like it can create quite a dangerous situation. But my main question. The case officer briefly shown the self-built condition, which will be added, I understand will be added to the list of conditions. I couldn't find it on the amendment sheet, and I would really like to see it to make sure that it is robust, because it's quite a lot of it hinges on the fact that it's a self-build. So for that reason, it's exempt from the 10% BNG. And with it being like a second dwelling, what confidence do we have that it will indeed be occupied by the owners and not sold or rented out? It's quite small to read. I can't really see it from it probably needs to be enlarged. It just whether how enforceable this condition is, and what confidence do we have that the dwelling will be occupied by the applicant or their family and not rented out or sold. Because if it would be, then I would really like to see 10% BNG increase on this site. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Good question. So we'll get those three councillors' questions answered. And on the matter of self-build, that's something I brought up with officers recently. And it's an interesting area. We seem to see self-build written more often on applications these days. And perhaps, Tom, in answering the questions for our councillors, you can just go over what self-build means and how it works and so on. Might be useful. Thanks.
I'm going to tackle the self-build thing to start with, just because I've put it up on the screen, just for members to see what the wording of the condition is. I've changed the slide around, so apologies that some of the other updates have now disappeared off there. So to be clear, a self-build unit is a dwelling that is not necessarily built by the applicant. It can be built by a builder, but a lot of the construction and design has had significant input by the whoever seeking to build it. The condition, and in order for it to be considered a self-build, it has to be occupied by the person that's building it, and they have to live there for at least 3 years, as the condition indicates. It's on the screen now. And then from that 3 years onwards, they are able to sell it. This is our standard condition, so it's obviously been through discussions with enforcement. So the council are content that, this is basically put on any self-build episode, so the council are content that this is enforceable should the applicant seek to change, after a year, sell it and move on. They'd be in breach of this condition, so they would have to apply to vary this condition should they want to, but that is speculative, and whether they'd want to do that, but it would be in breach of this condition should they seek to sell it. So this is considered to be a true self-build. in addition to that, the actual description of development also includes that it's a self-build dwelling. So that, although that's not quite as strong as the condition itself, should the applicant want to make any changes to the dwelling, for example, remove the self-build, they can't do that under a Section 73 planning application because it's within the description of development. So they would have to come in for a new full application. So because it says self-build in the description, that limits them to what they can do in regards to any future planning applications. So yeah, hopefully that gives yourself a bit more, and other councillors, a bit more security in regards to the self-build aspect of it. Obviously, the self-build aspect of it is a material planning consideration that officers do give weight to, and members should do so as well. The other question, I'll go back to the access, and I'll just bring up, I'll do it in two parts, because obviously Councillor Thornborough also raised questions regarding it. So although there is, the access is through, this is the vehicular access through the site, there is a footpath that runs along the side behind the garages, and then there is an area to the rear here, which would, bear with me while I get the photos up, which would allow for, I don't know if you can get, I'll get the pointer back up. Oh. So there is the footpath that runs along the back here and then comes across. Yes, I appreciate it is via some garages here, but it does take any pedestrians away from the main bulk of the car park and any vehicles moving around there. Obviously, this part isn't included necessarily within the red line across these garages, but as indicated, should the applicant seek to want to create more access through there, then obviously they would have to speak to the landowners regarding that, and I'm sure that they would have those conversations with them, given that this is going to be their permanent residence for the next 3 years at least. They also want security, that they want that to be safe, but nonetheless, I know that Councillor Thornborough also related to policy 52 and 57 in regards to access. Whether that solely relates to whether officers consider the access to be suitable, officers do consider the access to be suitable. Whether it goes over other people's land, I appreciate it is near a car park, but officers are happy that this access in itself isn't harmful and it does comply with the reasoning, with the policy compliance in policies 52 and 57. I don't know much more to add on that. Councillor Bennett indicated some concerns regarding whether it's 1.5 storey or 2 storey. I would personally consider it to be 1.5 storey. It has rooms in the roof because there is, although there are 2 storey windows. So although I appreciate the concerns regarding it, its scale and form and its measurements are what I would personally focus on. It's not of a scale which is substantial in comparison to other properties. So obviously officers consider that it is acceptable in terms of its scale and massing as indicated previously. But obviously members can take their own view on that. And then you indicated, Councillor Bennett, about a protected tree. Is it possible to just reference what your question was in relation to that? Sorry.
Councillor Smith referred to a protected tree, and I'd quite like you to go over how it's dealt with in this application, please.
Yeah, so as you can see on the plan here, so there are a number of protected trees. So you've got some, I think they're conifer trees. There's a sort of a belt of conifer trees here which are protected. I'll get some photos of those in a second. And then there is a tree here, the silver birch tree, that's protected as well. So these are the ones that have been protected. The orange lines around the site are the root protection areas of the trees themselves. And as you can see, the development is not encroaching within that. The tree officer has been consulted on the scheme and has not objected. However, they have recommended a condition regarding tree protection plan and an arboricultural method statement to be submitted. So officers are confident that we can control the impact of the development on those protected trees through that condition. There is a tree at the front of the site that is removed, and that's evident on this photo. I think this is the cherry tree that was being removed. This tree is not protected, so the applicant does have the ability to remove that tree without the need for any planning applications. But the trees that are protected are these conifer trees here, and then this silver birch tree just here on the right-hand side. However, they're all in number 14's garden and are not within the application site itself.
Thanks, Tom. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Tom. It is quite an odd one because I am quite concerned about the windfall issue. I mean, the fact that it's a council, the land doesn't really matter, it's the developer in that sense, because there's no rights of access to that property. It's not an adopted road, is it? So literally someone could build, the council or whoever, all over that and leave that house as a stranded asset, never mind car access. And I'm interested it's come through with a parking space because I have real concerns about consenting something where basically if someone, sorry I'm pointing, parks on those garages, on the forecourt of the garage, which is presumably their land, that house could never get their car out because they'd be completely blocked in. I suppose that's at their own risk. Yeah, and I am a little bit concerned about the subdivision thing where we are potentially affecting future development, either meaning the house is left with no access or that whoever does develop there can't fit on as much because they would be letting them go through with their car. It's welcome that, although it's exempt BNG, that the applicant is trying to increase biodiversity net gain. My two biggest concerns are the hedge. So the hedge is not in the ownership of the applicant. I'm assuming the reason they want to take the hedge out is to get the building construction works done. But I would feel a lot more reassured if we had any guarantee that the owner of that hedge, which I presume is the council, has accepted it. I mean, certainly in terms of the council's biodiversity strategies, we are not keen on chopping down hedges that we own. It's not great. But more importantly, I've looked through the landscaping conditions. How can we guarantee that the applicant puts something back there because it's not their land? You know, I think one of the speakers on the project, I can't remember if it's the objector or Councillor Smith, said that the hedge coming back would be a lot smaller. I don't know if that's true. I think you implied it probably wouldn't be. But that does seem to be quite, I mean, I know hedgerows aren't as valuable in some senses as trees, but it's quite a nice, you know, it's a good bit of elderly biodiversity. So I'm just not, I don't understand how that hedgerow, we can condition anything there, because even if they discharge that condition by saying, yeah, I'm going to put in this lovely hedge, if they don't have the consent of the landowner, it's not going to happen. And I'm not convinced they'd get the consent of the landowner to take it down, to be honest, certainly having, you know, it doesn't appear to comply with council policies. However, my major issue is I think I accept the principle of development. I accept that occasionally backland development can help. It can add to the housing stock. And I think self-build is welcome, where someone's committed to the area and is going to stay. But I must admit, I find the design and the cladding startling, I would say. And I think particularly the two roof lights, I don't know if you can flip back to the slide with the picture of the CGI. They're very, very prominent, and which to me I think puts it in a two-storey house category, which I think we wouldn't normally support in a backland development. I think we can't change the scheme on the table, but you know, if that came back with different cladding and slightly less prominent windows, I'd be more confident about it being a 1.5 storey. So again, I'm not saying I don't agree that it could be built. I just, that particular form of massing for me, I appreciate the officer's suggestion that it shouldn't be tried to be a pastiche of the stuff nearby, but to me that's quite a difference and quite a vibrant colour that I think would stick out a bit like a sore thumb, unfortunately. But my main question is about the hedge, please.
Let's do that then. So who owns the hedge, Tom?
From the plan, from the red line plan, sorry, I'm just getting it up on here. it indicates that actually the applicant is in ownership of the hedgerow along the front and also the cherry tree. However, I think the concern that was raised was that because the dwelling is being situated closer to the boundary of the site, that it wouldn't be possible for them to plant any planting along this front section without it being planted essentially on council land. So I don't think it's necessarily that if there was a replacement hedge along the entirety of the boundary that it wouldn't be possible. It would just be that from the design, and the red line is relatively thick in this point as well, so it's not abundantly obvious that there is no space, although I appreciate it is close. But via a landscape condition, officers are confident that we could ensure that a hedge or at least planting is added within that area so that it is not substantially different. I know that there was the comment about it being a low-level hedge, whether that was included, whether in the design access statement, or I think it may have come from the proposed elevations, which indicate that it's a lower-level hedge. Obviously, this isn't a plan indicating exactly what the hedge will look like, but officers, once again, have control through the landscape condition about the height of any hedgerow. So should officers wish for it to be similar in the sense that, I'll get the photos back up. Obviously that's relatively high, maybe 1.5, 1.6 metres. Officers could ensure that through that condition that any hedgerow that is to be planted could be of a similar type, and hopefully, having been on site, this hedgerow in itself is actually quite sparse in places just because it's essentially unmanaged. So, I mean, there's some quite big gaps through the site, and there's no, from what I can see, there was no fence line through there. So if anything, through that condition, officers could ensure that this hedgerow is up to a better standard than it is at present. In regards to the 1.5 storey and the comments based on that, as I indicated, its design is subjective. Officers considered that when we had discussions regarding its scale, and essentially this is as small as it can be whilst offering the applicant what they need in order to have a family house, and officers worked quite significantly with the applicant to make sure that this is essentially as small as possible, and there was pre-application discussions regarding a larger scheme which was not considered acceptable. So this is what officers have essentially negotiated with the applicant regarding that. Officers also considered that the materials, yes, although there's a stark difference, related more acceptably because this in itself is going to be completely different to even any building in this location is going to be different. So officers considered that a contemporary appearance would actually, although very different, would actually relate acceptably in this instance. So, but obviously that is subjective. So, and just lastly, you once again mentioned the windfall of the development on the site. I appreciate that, yes, should the City Council develop this land, it would potentially leave the site with no access or limited access, but I would expect the applicant to have discussions with the City Council regarding that, and that is a civil matter. And as indicated previously, unless there's an application that's come forward or detail is provided to officers that this site is to be used as a windfall site, it's very difficult for officers to consider that, because it may never come forward, and for us to restrict development on a purely speculative aspect of development is difficult for officers to refuse an application based solely on that. As I said, if an application was in, then yes, that would be a material consideration, but without that, it's not possible. I think that was all, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. That's very useful. So what I took from that was that the hedge is the applicant's, so it's up to them, and that BNG doesn't apply because it's a self-build. So that sort of sorts out the hedge, I think, in terms of what you said, Councillor Pora. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm looking at on the planning portal at the existing site plan, and on that it looks very much like the hedge is a boundary hedge, and I wonder if the case officer could pull that up and have a look at the hedge in that respect, because boundary hedges you can trim back on your side, but you can't remove the hedge without the without the consent of both parties.
I feel this is a civil matter.
Well, if it's a boundary hedge, then it's slightly different. They could trim back and build on their side, but there wouldn't be any replanting, but the hedge would be basically become a crippled hedge, if you like, if half of it is cut back and you've got foundations cutting the roots right along beside them. It's very different if it's a boundary hedge than it's on their side.
I defer to your better knowledge in everything, although my experience is that the end fence or hedge belongs to that property and then you go as you go along the terrace. But let's go back to Tom. Tom, answer that.
The removal of the hedge, regardless of whose land it's on, is a civil matter. So although I appreciate it, we're basically talking about whether the city council would basically not allow the removal of that hedge and then how the development would sit with that. But we can't consider that because the city council haven't indicated whether that would be the case or not, because it is a civil matter. So members should be considering the application based on what's in front of them and the removal of the hedgerow in its entirety. Same with the access. And then any replacement planting that comes forward, which, as I've indicated, officers have control of. But whether the removal of the hedge is acceptable to the city council or not, should it be shared in that instance, or should it be completely owned by the applicant? It's a civil matter, and it's not something that would necessarily restrict development or whether a reason for refusal based on that.
Can I
Right, Councillor Thornborough.
So for access, so new homes need to be M42 and wheelchair accessible for visitors. Does the case officer consider that the access is suitable for wheelchair visitors?
Tom?
We can ensure that via a condition to ensure that it's M42 compliant. Obviously, the details of the access in itself are limited in the sense that they haven't provided an exact pathway through, but it is flat and it is level throughout the site. So officers are content that even with the condition ensuring that that would be the case, if members wanted to do so, we could add a condition to any permission given, which would require them to provide details of the access on the site to ensure it is level throughout and provide sections and even street scene elevations, and then have that as an approved plan. Officers could have, if members wanted to do so, we could add a condition that would require that.
Councillor Thornborough.
Would that would be only within the ownership part of the land? They couldn't change the land that doesn't belong to them, which is the council land. Basically, is it suitable for a wheelchair visitor to visit, or even a wheelchair occupant to go through a car park to access the home?
Tom?
It's a difficult question because you're speaking about essentially a visitor rather than any potential occupier, because an occupier could, by vehicle, go through the site and then exit via their vehicle without the need to go through that. But yes, officers are content that the access in itself would be acceptable for a wheelchair user because it is a level access. And I appreciate what you're saying regarding the city council having ownership of that land, but it falls within the development site and the red line. So officers and the council or the local planning authority have, the applicants essentially indicated that that falls within the red line. So officers have control over that, and the the applicant could provide plans within that of the access, and that would still form part of the application. However, it goes back to the question of the civil matter earlier in regards to the access in itself. So it is a civil matter in regards to whether the council would allow access or allow changes to that parcel of land, but we could request that.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, I can see some hands up. All right, just make a note. Locomotiva and Bennett. I was just going to say, you may have your own questions, councillors, but might be good if we could sort of focus a bit on the actual building as well, I think, in this debate. And just to sort of prompt you there, often with these sort of backlands developments, we might go for a single story or possibly 1.5 story. Some people have said so far that you felt that it was a bit more than 1.5 story in terms of its look or massing or scale, that sort of thing. So that's just generally these developments tend to be subservient to what's around them. So that might be an area of interest for us, and also in terms of the aesthetic and the beauty of the building or lack of, that sort of thing. But anyway, Councillor Bennett, you were next.
Thank you. And before I go on to points I wanted to make, I just wanted to follow on from what Councillor Thornborough was saying. Should we add an informative pointing out that sort of, there are outstanding civil issues with this Cambridge City Council? Because bearing in mind that we are actually part of Cambridge City Council, I would not want our planning, any sort of planning decision we make to be sort of interpreted by the applicant as, resolving those issues, and perhaps particularly mentioning the access and the hedgerow, perhaps an informative or a condition. Okay.
Before you go on, shall I get that answered first? So
Yes, please.
I think Jane's going to answer that.
Through you, Chair, so we could put an informative on of that nature that the applicant would need to gain permission through the ownership, through the landowner, to pre-warn that there are civil matters outstanding.
Right, and nobody's spoken against that, so I'm going to take that as given. Right, carry on, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. And I also wanted to ask for clarification, because this is a very difficult one for me as a disabled person, because the applicant has, stated that it's a self-built dwelling, presumably for the use of a disabled family member on one side, but I've also heard from a public speaker who has referenced their need to be able to use the whole of their garden for their own benefit and for that of their disabled son. And, I can see that there is clearly going to be a very substantial loss of amenity to the neighbours at number 14, more so than one might expect to be the case for a standard user. So to what extent should I be taking account of those issues? Thank you.
All right, Councillor Locomotiva.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one remaining question regarding the access, if I may, please, and then one comment on the building itself. So regarding access, on the plan, there is an indication that a turntable, vehicular turntable needs to be installed. And I'm just wondering, is it conditioned anywhere? And if it's not installed, where there will be safe means of getting in and out from this? So that's the first question. On the cladding, I normally try not to express my opinions about aesthetics. I personally quite like copper because it can age quite nicely. It might not be like the most sustainable material, just in terms of the processes, but I don't see it like being completely alien or I would probably say that I would probably agree regarding the dormer windows. They're quite dominant and probably would have been possible to resolve it differently, but we've got this scheme on the table and we probably need to decide on what we see. So one question about access and I guess it's a comment whether the applicant considered other approaches rather than having those dormers and make it more, looking more like a story and a half rather than two-story house. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, all right. Just on that, before we go on, aesthetics are our business as well. Beauty, design, all of that we should be considering. So happily get into that. And so yeah, don't leave that alone. Let's just talk about what it looks like as well. Councillor Pora.
Thank you. Just to confirm with the case officer, there's one tree going, isn't there, which is the big tree we could see in the photo, but the ones behind it are all staying. So it's just that one. Okay. I mean, I still have concerns. I appreciate there's civil matters, but windfall land is something the council has been upfront that they're looking to develop where possible. So I think, whilst I understand from a planning perspective, there's not a concrete application, and I think equally it is noted that that would be the kind of site I imagine the council would think, is quite desirable for development. There you go. I do also note that the council has an objection saying they would not allow access across that land for more than 1 year at a time. I don't know if we can give that any weight, because I just don't want us to build a house that can't be got to. But I suppose coming back to what the chair said, my concerns at the moment, which I'm struggling to overcome, are about the massing, the cladding and the dormers. Because we've been quite consistent in terms of backland development that I think, as Councillor Smart said, it's meant to be subservient. And particularly because of that quite brutal colour, I appreciate Councillor Lockwood-Tober quite likes that colour, but for me it just makes it so prominent and it almost highlights the second story. And that, I think, for me is where I'm struggling. But that isn't to say that I do accept, I think there's a good argument to have some development in a backland site like that. But I'm not sure for me the massing and the colours and the stories can be overcome at the moment, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just say a couple of things before I go. Oh, Councillor Bennett, you first.
It's just occurred to me that as an alternate on housing scrutiny, I should perhaps declare that as an interest. And ditto, apparently, Councillor Pora, because council has quite frequently looked at development of parking areas and garage courts for infill housing, and has a well-known practice of looking at such assets.
So just to be clear, it's up to each individual councillor to make their own calculation as to whether they declare an interest or not. No one else can tell them what to do. They can take advice from legal or whatever. But Councillor Pora, you said you imagine that it could be used, but
I think it's a state. I mean, I'm a reserve on the housing scrutiny, but I haven't had any input into these decisions recently. But I'm aware that it's a stated council objective that windfall land is desirable to be developed where possible. So I mean, but I'm happy my discretion is unfettered, because for me, the objections I have to this, I think they're civil matters for the applicant to work out themselves. It just worries me. But my concerns relate to the material things around, well, literary materials, massing and the stories. So A, my discretion is unfettered, but B, my concerns actually relate to the massing.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the way planning works is we look at what's on the table. We can't look at what might come in the future, regardless of what that might be. It just doesn't work that way. So you said you imagine, Councillor Pora, but you can imagine what you like, but it's not here. We haven't got it. So we have to be completely sort of like harsh about that and just look at what we've got, and we haven't got any applications. So that's that. Just before I go back to Tom, I'll just say a couple of things. So I do feel that it's quite a large building in that context. The box dormers are quite stark, I feel, again, but they do go southwest across, and that's a thing in itself in terms of solar gain, but they do point across the car park. They're not pointing at somebody's house, etc. Like not very close anyway. So I feel that's less of an issue. And on the cladding, I mean, I'm normally quite amenable to modern forms of construction. And, you know, what Councillor Lokomatova said, if she doesn't mind me saying, in terms of copper, I concur, although this won't be solid copper, this will be a copper coated cladding, I presume, which doesn't quite age the way that traditional copper cladding does, I presume. But nevertheless, it will have a patina eventually, and that could age better as time goes on. So all in all, it's a modern building, looks quite smart, but it might be a little bit big to my mind, but I'm still thinking on that. So Tom.
Given we're talking about design, I'll just sort of comment on those things first. Just for condition 3 actually requires the applicant to submit details of the external surfaces. So the details that are provided in the plans are, especially the CGIs, are indicative. So I would encourage members to maybe not look too much into that detail. Obviously, officers can have discretion, and obviously if members wish to do so, they could always have control over that if they wanted to bring that back in. But I think we do still have control over the external surfaces, and just from what they are appearing on the CGI images doesn't necessarily mean that that's how they're going to come forward, because obviously officers have added the condition regarding details of external surfaces to be included. Regarding its scale and massing, I appreciate that sometimes back plan development is smaller. That's not a general rule, but in this instance, I appreciate the concerns regarding it. Obviously, it's entirely up to members whether they consider it excessive or not. Having discussions with the applicant around the scale and massing, because obviously if you then reduce the height of it, you're then losing footprint and floor space, because essentially this is the smallest it can be whilst having rooms in the roof. Whilst if you reduce the height, you're then having to extend the footprint of it, which is one of the reasons why officers indicated that a 1.5/2 story, which this may appear as, was a better fit, given that all the properties in the surrounding area are essentially 2-story. This has a very similar footprint to the host dwelling and all of the ones on Golding Road, plus all of those in the surrounding area. So officers considered that a 2-story dwelling, although not quite as small as we'd have liked it, given that we've worked with the applicant in order to get a scheme which has a minimised impact on the neighbour in terms of its built form, because we didn't want it to be excessive all along the boundary and being overbearing in that sense, but also should it have been a much larger footprint in order to facilitate the requirements of the applicant, especially if it being a self-built dwelling, it would have made it would have been a much bulkier form with a lot bigger footprint, which in itself would have likely have caused harm. So this was essentially after there was a lot of negotiations with the applicant, as I've indicated, and this is essentially, but obviously that is entirely up to members to determine whether they consider it excessive. In regards to the dormers, once again, there was a lot of discussion regarding the dormers. They can pretty much only go on that elevation because of the proximity to neighbouring properties. You can't have them on the rear, because obviously that would impact on number 14. You can't have them on the either side, because that would impact on the neighbours either side. So they pretty much have to be on that elevation, and they pretty much have to be where they are because of the constraints of the site and the size requirements. So once again, that is entirely up to members to consider whether that's acceptable or not. I just wanted to give the rationale as to why officers have come to essentially the design whilst negotiating with the applicant to what officers consider an acceptable scheme. The other comments regarding the access and the turntable, obviously the turntable is part of the approved plans, so officers would expect that to be put forward, and obviously should it not come, I mean, because the site is so tight at the front, you essentially couldn't park a car on there without the requirement of the turntable, just because the site is so constrained, especially in regards to its limited footprint, because obviously that once again relates back to the character impacts. But if you wanted to do so, we could add a condition that would require the turntable to be provided prior to occupation, should that be something that you wanted to do. And then I think Councillor Bennett made comments regarding the consideration of different disabilities from the applicant and the neighbour. It's not a planning consideration regarding the disabilities of either the applicant or of the neighbouring property. Officers have to consider, because obviously the owner could change for both, so officers have to consider what is in front of them and the impact that would have, in the future or at present. So although in some instances they are a material consideration, in this instance they're not, but officers have considered the impact of the proposal on both the neighbouring property, as well as ensuring that the proposal will not cause harm to the future occupiers either. And officers have obviously considered that there's not harm in that sense. But I completely understand and note the comments from both the objector and yourself, Councillor.
Thank you.
I think that was everything, Chair.
Any more for any more? Yeah, Councillor Porro.
In honour of Councillor Bajan, who's not here, why is the cycle parking less convenient than the cars? I know you've got a condition because you said it wasn't specified, but could we at least make sure, were this to be approved, that the cycle parking maybe swaps with the bins? Because from the pictures, it does look like there's space to have cycle parking, but at the moment it's stuck behind the car on the turntable.
Okay, Councillor Locomoteur.
So yeah, yes to the condition regarding the turntable, if it's possible at all. And just again, more of a note regarding the dormers. If choosing between roof lights and dormers, I would go for dormers for environmental reasons more than anything else, because roof lights are notoriously difficult to protect from overheating. So for this reason and kind of understanding the constraints, I actually think it's a better solution than having two roof lights on this slope. So that's...
Thanks for that. Councillor Thornborough, I think, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. How far is the will they have to drag the bins to get to the public highway? And has there been any comments from the emergency services about accessing this building at the back?
Right, back to you, Tom.
So no comments from emergency services. They don't believe they were consulted as part of the application, but they wouldn't normally tend to be for an application of this size. In regards to bin distances, when I went out on site and from looking at Google Images, the bin lorry truck does, irrespective of whether it's the local highway authority, the bin lorry does travel down all the way up to the site. So I would expect them to just be able to place them on the edge of the road. That's not confirmed, but from when I went out on site, all the bins were out on the road up that part of the road. So I'd be surprised if all the neighbouring properties are at the top they also would have to drag the bins. That wouldn't make sense given that they're all out on the road. So yeah.
Thank you. Just chuck in a final point. It just seems to me that the hedge conversation earlier, and the applicant is obviously in the room, that should it be approved, that southwest facing elevation with the box dormers could well be usefully, well, some people don't like plants, some people do, but it could have some nice climbing plants on there that would mitigate against the maybe starkness that's been talked about on the building itself. And I know buildings should be beautiful in their own right, but some people like plants on buildings, so things like roses or clematis or whatever could look quite attractive on that and would grow because they get the sun. But just a thought, I won't bother with an informative or anything. So any more debate, or are we going to go to the recommendation? No. Okay, so recommendation, please, then Jane.
Can I confirm the additional conditions that we've been suggesting through the debate? So we have the turntable prior to occupation. We have the height of the hedge for the new hedge proposed. Details of level access through the site. And then we have an informative for civil ownership and a condition for removal of the unnumbered condition and an addition of a condition, self-build condition as well.
Yep, I'm not seeing any problems with that. That's all good.
Therefore, recommendation is on page 174, 10.1, with the conditions that I just mentioned as a recommendation for approval. Thank you, Chair.
All those in favour of that recommendation?
Three, Chair.
Against?
Three against, Chair.
Yeah, so Chair's casting vote. The item is approved, so thank you very much. We'll now have a break for lunch, so if you come back at 2:15, please.
now live, Chair.
Okay, welcome back after lunch. So the next item on planning committee is item 7, that's 74 St Phillips Road. Haven't got my list of speakers.
Yeah, it's not online, Chair.
Oh yeah, so we've got the agent, Tom, online. Okay, so if you want to introduce the item then please, Tom. So Tom's just shutting the door a minute and then we'll get going.
Thank you, Chair. So the application before members today is for the erection of a one and a half storey self-built dwelling house at 74 St Phillips Road in Cambridge, and officers are recommending for approval. In regards to updates on the application, similarly to the previous one that members have just discussed, there's the addition of a self-build condition. The wording is on the screen. There are some other amendments that were on the amendment sheet as well, and that was just because of the updated NPPF, the paragraphs in that have changed, and that was in 8.6. And then there was the removal of paragraph 9.2 in the report, which related to the appeals, which was also brought up in the previous application also. Just on that, sorry, on the reports pack, the proposal, the description is incorrect. It says for a reserve matters application for access and appearance, layout and scale. During the lifetime of the application has changed from a reserve matters to a full application. All correspondence and all public information relates to the amended description. So this is just an error purely on the report pack, but this is for a full planning application. So the application site is on the site edged in red, so it's adjacent to number 76 and in the rear garden of number 50 Hemmingford Road. And there's residential dwellings surrounding it. I'm just going to get my pointer up actually so I can indicate. The site is located within the Mill Road Conservation Area. And as you can see, there are some areas of surface water flood risk surrounding the site, but there is none within it. Okay. The application is before members today because there's been a third-party representation on planning grounds that are contrary to the officer recommendation. The main considerations for the application are the impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area, impact on neighbouring amenity, and any highways, car parking or cycle parking. There is a previously approved scheme on the site for the outline application, and this is given weight in the planning balance. In terms of the site itself, this is just Google Maps imagery. So there are some buildings, some outbuildings located within the site. And then you've got the residential dwelling of 50 Hemmingford Road to the west, and then number 74 St Phillips is located to the east. This is just the proposed site plan. These are the proposed elevations, so it would be a 1.5 story dwelling. And then these are the proposed elevations with the addition of the boundary treatment. In the previous outline application, the boundary treatment was a close bordered fence, which was 1.8 metres high and ran along the front. That's been amended as part of this application and is now a low wall. These are the proposed floor plans. So it'd be a 2-bedroom dwelling. And there is cycle parking and bin storage. There is no car parking offered as part of this proposal. So these are the site photos. Because of the tight nature and density of development in the surrounding area, there's not too much to see from public viewpoints within the conservation area. So this is from St Phillips Road heading south. So number 74 is the semi-detached dwelling in the rear, and you can see the outbuildings that were or are in the rear of the site, in the site. And then this is just views north on St Phillips Road, so you've got the properties on Hemmingford Road within the background of that. And obviously you can see the parking restrictions in and around on that road itself. So I just thought I'd touch previously on the previously approved outline application, which did have 2 off-road parking spaces and a garden. The proposal had different materials, and that was considered as part of the previous application, so the materials have changed, and you can also see the boundary treatment differences. However, the overall appearance and style of the dwelling are broadly similar. The only main differences is that there is a 0.5 approximate increase in overall ridge height, and obviously the materials have changed, but the overall width of the dwelling, as you can see from the images on the screen, it is essentially the same. In regards to the third-party comments, the main objections relate to the materials being out of character with the conservation area and there being a concern regarding parking. There have been no objections from Conservation, Environmental Health and the Local Highways Authority. So to summarise, officers are recommending for approval, considering that the proposal would not cause harm to the character and appearance of the area. The proposal would not cause harm to the amenity of any neighbouring occupiers. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So the agent, Tom Cannon, you online? Yeah. Hi, Tom. Good afternoon. You've got 3 minutes to speak, Tom, when you're ready. Hello. Hi. We can see you.
Hi. Okay, good. Okay, I'll get going. So good afternoon. My name is Tom Cannon and I'm the Director at Cannon Architectural Design Limited, and we are the acting agent on this application. We were initially approached by the applicant on this project to further detail the previously approved outline application for one dwelling. Our client purchased the site with the outline approval and is a self-build enthusiast who is hoping to commence works later this year in order for him to move into the self-build property and be closer to work. The previous outline application showed an indicative design which was seen in positive light. The design, however, included timber cladding, which is a combustible material close to the street scene and neighbouring boundaries. This is simply not feasible to comply with approved document Part B of the building regulations. We have proposed to utilise a mix of high quality aluminium cladding for the walls and the roof to offer a contemporary design and add interest to the street scene and the conservation area, which will be in compliance with the building regulations. Initially, the Conservation Officer had concerns about the cladding, although after seeing physical samples of them, they have deemed the proposed materials to be acceptable for the site and its context. The previous outline application cannot achieve parking whilst demonstrating private external amenity compliance, as it is not possible to do so on the site when considering the National Described Space Standards, Part M42 of the building regulations, and also to ensure we comply with planning policy and guidance for the private external amenity space. The designs submitted for consideration today are much the same as the indicative design previously presented to the Council, although the ridge height is ever so slightly higher to ensure that we comply with building regulations for accessibility and head height regulations on the stair. It should be noted, however, that the proposals allow for 2 cycle stores, which the applicant intends to use to commute to work. Additionally, the site falls within a highly sustainable area in regards to transport, where the following can be achieved. Amenities such as shops, restaurants, schools, doctors, places of worship, public open spaces and gyms are all within close walking distance. There are designated safe cycle routes within the immediate vicinity, which allow further link to the rest of Cambridge's cycle network. And bus stops are also within close walking distance, which offer a wealth of bus routes in and around Cambridge. To confirm, the site already benefits from outline planning permission for one dwelling, offering the principal to develop the site. It should be noted that policy 80 of the local plan seeks to prioritise sustainable development over vehicular parking, and the Highways Department, whom have been consulted on the proposal set forward today, have deemed them acceptable. Having reviewed the manner as outline approval, unfortunately, if the site is refused on the basis of parking alone, it would mean that the previous outline approval cannot be physically implemented. To conclude, our design team have worked hard on this scheme to ensure that we comply with the National Planning Policy Framework and the Cambridge Local Plan as per standard practice. As far as we understand, there are no objections from neighbours or statutory consultees, and the application hasn't officially been called in by anyone other than the Planning Department due to planning procedures. We trust that the proposals put forward to members today are acceptable, and we look forward to discussing the scheme further with the planning team in order discharge the accepted conditions already proposed. We thank you for your time and considerations this afternoon, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Probably won't be doing that because we don't normally have debate with speakers, but
Yeah,
thanks very
okay.
much. Right, okay, debate. Just before we do that, the speaker, Tom, said there that there were no representations, so there seem to be 2 in the report. So can you just confirm that, please, Tom?
Yeah, just in line with our scheme and delegation, as I sort of indicated on the slides at the beginning, there have been 2 objections to the application, one being on the grounds of impact on the character and appearance of the area from the materials, and one relating to the concern that as no parking is being provided, that would put additional pressures on the surrounding roads. So there are 2 objections. As that being the case, and they can't be overcome by condition, then it had to be determined at planning committee in line with the scheme and delegation.
Thanks, Tom. Right, members? Yeah, Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few procedural questions and a few questions about the design. So, what is the relationship? Can the case officer confirm again what's the relationship between this application and outline application? So this is a full application that we consider on its own merit, but there will be outline application which we also need to take into account. So that's the first question. Then, can we see the plan of the proposed development in relation to the 2 dwellings within the red line? So is the applicant owner of those 2 dwellings, and whether he is now applying to build a 3rd, and how this relates to it being self-built. And the final item is, can we please see a section of the building cut through because there are windows which in the first floor bedrooms, which I would expect to be at the level below the waistline. So how those are intended to provide any daylight, and why it's not. I think it's very misleading how it's all been drawn. So thank you.
All right, Councillor Bora.
Thanks. I did email Tom and Jane earlier because I had some concerns about the windows too, because the windows over the, well, if you look at over the beds are all obscured and non-openable. And it's a little unclear from the plans as to whether the tall windows include the bedroom, and like Councillor Lokomatova, as far as I could see, they'd be knee level. And I don't know if they're openable. So I wasn't entirely sure about the amenity of those 2 bedrooms, because, you know, if you haven't got, well, you may have an openable window, but if it's not one you can look out of and the others are obscured, I'm not particularly comfortable with that. I also want to just generally, should we be removing PD rights? Because obviously that would be substantial if someone decided to stick a massive dormer on that without permission. And can we add an informative about the fact that I'm assuming they won't be entitled to residence parking permits? Just, I think that's nice to make that clear. And could you just confirm how big the garden is? Although I do note the applicant's agent saying that they did actually give the garden and take away parking, which I think is welcome in sustainable development. But yeah, it'd be just good to be satisfied that that's big enough. But my main concern is that top floor. I'm not sure those bedrooms are livable in, particularly if those windows are that low. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Bennett.
So my query is also regarding the windows. Is this a south-facing single aspect dwelling? Okay. Question withdrawn then.
Right, Councillor Thornborough.
So I remember this coming the first time round on the outline, and those questions were asked and they were answered.
Speak to your microphone, please,
let the case officer answer. But this is interesting because the reason why this has come back is because the first scheme didn't comply with building regulations. So rightly so, they've had to raise the ridge to comply with the requirement for the stairs and headroom. And rightly so, you cannot build a timber frame cladding next to highways because of the risk of that. And it just exemplifies the position where we shouldn't be, regrettably, we can't refuse applications where you can't actually build in the loft because you haven't got the headroom. So I'm grateful that this has come back, because this is what the first scheme should have been. The first scheme should have complied with building regulations, and I'm grateful this has come back, and it does now.
All right. Yep. And so before I go back to you, Tom, I mean, the speaker said about 2 cycle stores, but I think perhaps the speaker meant 2 cycle Sheffield stands, actually, in one place, not 2 stores. And they seem to be sort of at the back in a corner away from the front door, which is not normally what we like. And I'm not quite sure how you get there, except if you go through possibly a sliding gate at the back and then go back to the front door, which wouldn't be ideal normally for this committee. Yeah, and I think if there was a section, that'd be useful. There might not be, but if you could just describe at least how the inside works vis-a-vis the windows and their various heights. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Jane was indicating to me, so I didn't know if she's obviously way more important than I am. In relation to the outline versus full, so the outline application is just a material consideration. So because of the nature of the previous outline application, we requested additional details to ensure that originally it was essentially all matters reserved on the previous outline application, which meant there was no layout, scale, appearance. But because of its location within the conservation area, we essentially requested further details as part of that outline application, which is why we got these indicative drawings so that we could confirm whether the proposal and its scale, that was considered acceptable. But instead of a reserve matters, they had to come in for a full planning application. All that it means is that the outline approval is a material consideration for this. And that essentially the principle of development is considered acceptable, and so was essentially its scale and massing in terms of that, because that was considered. In regards to a section, they haven't provided a section. However, noting from, sorry, I'm just trying to get the floor plans up. Noting from the floor plans, I'm assuming that and this is how I've considered the application, is that the dotted line across would be where the eaves height would be in order, because obviously that's where the roof line is coming in. So should that be the case, then essentially it would be located within the dwelling. So it wouldn't necessarily be at floor height, but we have added a condition onto the permission given, which would restrict these from being obscurely glazed on non-opening above 1.7. Although it's obscurely glazed, that would still provide a degree of light into these rooms, provided that there are 2 of them, and officers are content that there would be an acceptable level of light to these rooms. I think there was a question regarding PD rights. Because it's in a conservation area, they couldn't add a dormer without the need for planning permission. However, an informative with parking should members consider the side with officer recommendation, then I'm sure we can add a condition regarding parking. Jane's looking at me, so I'll let her talk.
Sorry, Tom. So on the plans, it says that roof lights on the south elevation to be 1.7 metres above floor level, and that's those 5 roof lights.
That'll be to the centre of the opening, I presume.
So, yeah, so you can just see them on the, Tom, you point on the... So it's those there, you can just about see the writing above. It says the roof lights on the south elevation to be 1.7 metres above floor level. So it's those roof lights there.
Okay, how do you finish speaking, Tom? Yeah, carry on.
And then there was a question regarding cycle storage. You're right, Chair, it is just 2 cycle spaces. There's not 2 cycle bays. cycle storage areas. It couldn't be at the front because essentially the dwelling would then have to move substantially closer to 50 Hemmingford Road, which would then likely have caused harm to their amenity. So yes, this is, although I appreciate that it's not at the front of the dwelling, because there is no parking, it's essentially as easy as possible for them. Obviously there is bin storage there as well. I think there was another question, and I was thinking about it as I was doing that, but I've forgotten about that, so sorry, Chair. I think that was all the questions that were asked.
Yeah, I mean, on that, in terms of it won't work, I mean, the person that designed the building can design it to make it do what they want it to do, so it could have been designed differently. And conversely, we do sometimes accept that cycle stands aren't by the front door, but that's normally what we go for. Councillor Lokomatova.
Sorry, I might rephrase my my original question. Where is the slab line? If I, because I was talking about the 3 windows that are shown on the first floor. So the slab is where you're pointing out where they've got the mullion of the window. So I just come over to the.
So, Councillor Lokomatova, speak into your microphone so anyone else can hear. Just briefly say what you said already again, will you, so anyone listening online can hear?
Oh, sorry, I understand each to their own, but if we kind of approve windows that are below the waist line at the level of your legs, I think we're probably doing something quite wrong here. And I also would like to see the site plan, how this dwelling relates to the 2 existing dwellings, because it's not quite clear from the. Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, so Councillor Borrer.
Is to come back on those windows. So I think I'm reading it right. If the 5 skylights on the far side, so the one that's facing adjacent neighbours, the bottom diagram, are above 1.7, they wouldn't be obscured and they could be openable, although openable skylights are not great because when it rains you can't leave them open. But I am just really concerned. I don't understand why the upper, so the long thin windows, which are split into the 2/3 and that's it, yeah, why that isn't higher up, even if it was inset a little bit, because obviously that isn't part of the usable calculation for space. Because I just think, also, wishing to be brutal, if you're trying to get changed in the bedroom, the last thing you need is someone looking up at waist height. So you just have curtains across them. I mean, I'm just being brutal. There's a reason windows are higher up normally, is that, you know, you just have them permanently obscured, and I'm not comfortable that those bedrooms, so actually one of them is the bathroom anyway, I think, possibly, yes. So there's only one small knee-height window for each of those bedrooms, which will probably have to have a curtain over it because it gives directly onto the street. And I just, which we're not totally certain aren't obscured though.
So councillors, don't talk amongst yourselves, so nobody else can hear. So.
Councillor was saying that we've got the Veluxes. I think at the moment I'm just struggling to see all of the information. I would much prefer those windows to be slightly higher up and set into the slope a little bit, because I just think if you're in that bedroom, 2 double bedrooms I think, are they? You're going to have no light apart from a Velux that you can't open and a window that would, yeah, it's not ideal.
Right, we've got some expert knowledge amongst members today. It's very good. So, Tom, where are we with this in terms of planning matters? How serious the planning matter is it? Does it relate to it being a self-build? Can they do what they want, or is it about future amenity, or both? Or
Essentially, they can do what they want in regards to the design. If they want to have low-level windows where people on the street can look through them, then that's up to them. If that's how they've designed it, I mean, it would provide light through, so I don't think a loss of light would be, I don't think the proposal would consider a loss of light. There are obviously windows, there are obviously roof lights in there, and they're indicated that they would be 1.7 metres above floor level. So that being the case, with the condition that we've added to any permission that is given, those would essentially be unobscured, so they would also provide an adequate amount of light. I very much completely understand councillors' concerns regarding that, but that is the design that we have in front of us, and though I appreciate that that might not be ideal, this is the design that the applicant has put forward, and it is how they've designed it. So there's not, given that there is adequate light within there, that is what officers would consider as acceptable. There is no planning policy grounds on whether an applicant is comfortable with low-level windows or anything like that. In that sense, it's solely regards to light, privacy and outlook, which officers are content that this proposal would comply with all of that.
well, that's perplexing, isn't it? So there we are. Just can I go back slightly on the height of the floor, the first floor, which was said to be along the line of the break in the windows, from the sort of bigger window to the slightly smaller window above it, where you've got your red mark now. But that appears to be at the height of the door in, which would be about 2 metres. So surely that can't be the case. I mean, you can't have a floor that's 2 metres floor to ceiling. Or is it just that the drawing can't be measured from?
I mean, I think the plans are slightly misleading in regards to how the proposal would appear internally, in the sense that there is no section plan, so it is difficult for us to consider. All we can do is look at the floor plans that have been considered, measure those, consider whether they comply with the space standards, which they do, whether they've got adequate light, which they do. How that looks internally and how that appears from the street scene, I mean, as long as they have to comply with building regulations at some point anyway, whether that's not necessarily a planning matter to ensure that they comply with those building regulations, as long as we're officers are content that the proposed future accommodation is acceptable, which we consider that it is, that's sort of the limits of what we can consider, unfortunately.
So I got your hand up, okay, but I suppose potentially we could defer this item and tell them to come back with more information, like a section. And even if we don't have a reason to refuse it for the way it's generally designed, I guess, but it does seem concerning, aside from all of that, that it doesn't seem to work very well, judging by the comments around the table today. The other thing, I just did step back from that. I mean, looking at it, it doesn't look very attractive to me. I mean, that's my own personal opinion, but it looks a bit like a shed or something, I suppose, from some angles. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because sometimes that's done, isn't it, on purpose, especially sort of backland developments where there are garages and things. It can be a purposeful thing. But I'm not sure that's appropriate in this case. It doesn't look like it's going to add to the street scene, particularly in any positive way. So that seems a bit of a negative. And we're in a conservation area, aren't we, here? Conservation area. So is this going to add to the conservation area or take away? I'm sort of feeling take away, personally, which is not supposed to happen, is it? So I'm sort of getting the impression that the original design with the timber and everything and the original planning maybe was one thing, and this has been sort of layered on top, and the two haven't been quite put together in a coherent way that then works well. So maybe more work needs doing. That would be my guesstimate. But Councillor Pora.
Yeah, I mean, I would support the idea of deferring to get some more information, because I take the officer's point. It's quite hard to reject it because it sort of meets the absolute minimum. But even just making the windows wider, even if they can't be taller, just to give the person living there some decent. I mean, under building regs, is there a requirement for daylight? So would they assess it? Because I was just thinking, obviously, it can't be stopped then. Because I was thinking, because I'm just worried we're going to consent something that's not great. I do tend to agree with the chair as well about it does look a bit like a shed, but I appreciate the plans tend not to show it off to the best of its ability. Might be quite useful to actually see some examples of the materials they're planning to use if it does come back after deferral. But I mean, I'd urge them to think about increasing the size of the windows however they can as part of a deferred application, or at least showing us that sufficient light would be available. Ooh, I've got a different one there. Oh, those are the... You see, and they've all got massive windows. And they're higher up.
What's that you've just shown?
Is that from the DNA statement?
Sorry, Chair, these are some additional images that I had ready just in case there was concerns raised with it. So this is the imagery that the applicant has provided to us and the conservation officer, who has not raised an objection, that these are the material, this is the type of material and cladding that they're looking at using. Now this is obviously a CGI, so it is not an exact appearance, but this is the type of cladding that the applicant is seeking to use. And then just on St Philip's Road further to the north, a dwelling of similar style and appearance has been approved further to north. This is just past the Empress Pub, which is, so it is further to the north. So in regards to officers' view that it isn't harmful to the street scene, it's because there are other dwellings of a similar appearance, but obviously that is entirely up to members to consider whether that is acceptable or not.
Okay, I mean, I think it's up to the applicant to put their design on the table. It's not for us to do it now, but that was useful, thank you. So, Councillor Thornborough.
The concerns about the windows were raised at the outline consent, exactly. The concerns about
To the microphone,
that
please,
issue
Councillor.
about the windows being at ground floor, going down to the ground. Quite often you get an ordinary window, a proper wall window, and then they have a panel below the window rather than wall. In this case, they've got the panel of glazing, but there's no window above. So this was all part of the discussion when the outline consent came in. But one huge benefit is they've got that low wall now. Before, they had a 6-foot fence with those tall windows about 1 foot behind. So at least now you've got to actually, much more light coming into the ground floor.
Right, we can have more debate if you want, or do you want to talk about deferring? So, Councillor Pora?
A, yes to deferring, and B, that the other examples you gave were interesting, but the reason for me that cladding worked in the first example is because there were lots of voids, whereas this is tiny windows. I just don't understand, particularly as it's self-built, they're going to live in there. You need a decent amount of light. So I would put forward a deferral, if anyone's willing to second.
Well, let's put forward deferral on the basis we need more information rather than we need a different design. Yeah. So, Councillor Bennett?
I was just going to say that I do quite like the internal layout. It seems like a good and practical use of space. I also question whether, we're going to get an improvement if we defer, because my colleagues are saying that they've already raised the issue of the windows not giving adequate lighting. So sort of the applicant's aware of that, and he's come back to say that's actually what I want.
Yeah, good point. So I think just before we potentially take a vote on deferring then, Tom, is it reasonable to ask for a bit more information about how the well, I suppose it's internal, isn't it? You know, the section and so on, and how it relates to the windows and heights and things like that. Or do we leave that to planning control, building control?
We could ask for section plans, and that would provide us with exactly where the floor height is, but that wouldn't necessarily change how they view the window situation. So we could ask for section plans, but I think it would be unreasonable of us to ask for bigger windows and changed windows, because that's not the design that they've put forward. Officers consider that there's adequate light, so I think it would be difficult for us to request additional information on the windows, but we could ask for additional section plans if that would give members comfort. Yeah.
Okay, so look, I mean, any issues are going to get picked up by building control along the way, should we approve this application today. And we need to keep in mind, we need to be fair to applicants in terms of what we demand from them. But Tom has said we can take it back, defer it, and ask for more information. So if you want to do that, we can vote on that. So Councillor Poore has suggested we defer. Is there a seconder on that? Yeah, Councillor Todd Jones has seconded. So does anyone want to debate anything on that, or should we have a vote? Right, let's have a vote then. So all is in favour of deferring this item for more information?
3, Chair.
Right, against?
4 against.
4,
Chair.
okay, so we go on then. So is there any more debate before we go to recommendation? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I'm just wondering if we could add an informative about the windows, just saying that, you know, we do feel that a design allowing more natural daylight might be preferable. You know, that doesn't seem to be unduly harsh. And, you know, it's not impossible that the applicant might think twice.
Yeah, I don't see why not. It seems like reasonably, although bear in mind that windows lose heat a bit more than walls do generally, but it's a toss-up, isn't it? So, Tom?
We could add a condition to any permission given that would require the applicant to provide details of the windows at a 1 to 20 scale, so that we could then, officers could go and consider those. That might be an option that would give officers some control. If that's what members have concerns about, especially if we want to consider the potential depths of the window and the framing, etc. That might give officers some ability to be able to control that. But that's just a
Yeah, I mean, condition is better than informative, so yeah, but thanks for that, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Poore.
Yeah, I think that condition's a good idea. Could we also add that at least one window in each bedroom should be openable? Because I think we added that to the condition at last committee. Just because I'm really concerned, otherwise they're going to end up with a bedroom with no openable windows, which is not, you know, we shouldn't be, and if they can't provide that, then it would have to come back. Would that be acceptable?
Tom?
Yeah, I think that could be acceptable, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's that then. Right, no more? Okay, recommendation then, please, Jane.
The recommendation, as in page 191, part 10, is for approval, subject to the following additional conditions for self-build, an informative for no parking permit, and then a condition for windows at 1 to 20 scale to be provided, and at least one bedroom window should be openable. Thank you.
So that's one window for each bedroom openable. Yeah, okay, right. Okay, all those in favour of that recommendation then, which is to approve?
Four, Chair.
4 against?
1 against.
Abstentions?
2 abstentions.
Okay, the item is approved. Thanks very much. Okay, should we go to the next one, or do you want a break? Next one, okay, so next, thanks Tom, thanks to the speaker. So the next item is land rear of 321 and 323 Milton Road, item 8. And there are no public speakers on this item. And so Rachel, you're presenting it. I think we're all good to go in that case. So when you're ready then, Rachel. Go on then, Rachel, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the erection of a custom build 3-bed bungalow at the land to the rear of 321 and 323 Milton Road. So this application is before us today due to one third-party representation received an objection. We have an update to this application. As it's for a self-build dwelling, we will be attaching our standard self-build condition, which is shown on the screen. So this is the site outlined in red. The site is formed from the rear gardens of 321 and 323 Milton Road. The site is surrounded by the residential gardens of properties on Milton Road and Ramsden Square, and to the northwest of the site is an electrical substation. The proposal will form backland development but will front onto Ramsden Square. So this shows the proposed site plan. The proposal will be a single-storey dwelling set back from the road with one on-site car parking space and cycle parking to the front. And then the bin storage is provided to the side access via the side passageway. The division of the rear gardens of 321 and 323 is considered to retain sufficient garden space and will provide sufficient garden space for the proposed dwelling as well. On the opposite side of the road is number 2A, Ramsden Square. This is a single-storey property of a similar scale to the proposal and a similar design in terms of its pitched roof form and proposed materials. When considering the position in relation to the neighbouring properties, and given that it's single-storey, it's not considered to have a significant impact on the residential amenity of the surrounding properties. Here we have the proposed elevations. So I have a pitched roof form, approximately 2.4 metres at the eaves and 4.2 metres in height at the ridge. And the proposed floor plans. So the dwelling meets the size requirements for a 3-bed single-storey dwelling with all bedrooms exceeding space standards. So an air source heat pump is also proposed to the rear. This will be located 1 metre from the boundary with the neighbouring property and is to be installed so it complies with permitted development. The Environmental Health Officer had recommended that a noise assessment condition was attached. However, given that it will fall under permitted development, it's not considered to be reasonable to impose that in this case. So the third-party representations had raised concern with the scale of the proposed dwelling within this plot. When considering the modest height of the bungalow, its stepped-back design from the street, and the external space that will be provided to the rear and to the front, it's not considered to appear dominant in the street scene and is considered to be of an acceptable scale and massing. Concerns had also been raised regarding the impact on noise to surrounding neighbours. It's considered that the addition of one dwelling in this residential setting is not considered to significantly increase noise levels, and we have recommended that conditions have been added for during the construction process to limit the hours of construction works and construction-related deliveries. So in summary, the officer recommendation is to approve the application. We consider there to be no harm to the character of the surrounding area, no significant residential amenity harm to neighbouring properties, and there are no highway safety implications, and the proposal meets the parking requirements. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, no speakers, members? Yep, Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you, Chair. So it's the third application of similar kind today, and so in this one we've got a development at the back of two properties. I mean, it's called a self-build. It's very difficult to believe that it would be. So having a condition regarding self-build is very welcome. I would like to find out how the self-build condition can be enforced. And so, for instance, because this is quite clearly designed to be rented or sold. So if this property comes to the market, what can residents do and how this condition can be enforced? Because I'm sorry, I can't believe that this is built to be lived in by the person who kind of owns the other two houses. And so whether in this case, if this condition is contravened, whether condition regarding B&G can be then enforced, because self-build gives the right to be exempt from the B&G condition, and had the B&G condition been in place, this development wouldn't have been possible at all. So the question is how the self-build condition can be enforced on this development. And I would also like to, if it goes ahead, I would like to have a condition on the noise assessment for the heat pump, because I don't think it's right to just make it as a permitted development right under this. So that's me.
Okay, so innocent until proven guilty, although I agree that it seems to be a bit of a loophole, this self-build thing. We see more and more of them come to planning committee. Enforcement-wise, I'm not sure, but we've got enforcement item coming up later on, so we can also address that then perhaps. But I'll save that question for the officer. So, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree. It's been a bit of a theme today, hasn't it? The self-build applications that are coming forward. And apart from the enforcement ramifications, I'm also a little bit concerned that the exemption from mandatory 10% biodiversity net gain, especially where the self-build application is in back garden land, has quite a bit of implication for the loss of garden land and vegetated area, where there's no requirement then for additional biodiversity net gain requirements to be put in place. So I think it's something we need to be very mindful of with these applications and future applications.
Possibly something for the Executive Councillor for Planning and Infrastructure to take up with officers, perhaps. Councillor Gilderdale.
Just on this, and again, a broader point, I think it was mentioned earlier that the applicant could later on apply for or request that the condition is altered. And I can't really see us saying, no, if you're moving and we're going to leave it empty for a year of the 3 years. For example, I think that it would be very hard. I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear how we enforce this, and if someone was to apply for a change of condition, and then they say after half of the time they want to leave and they're moving, it's not like we're going to say, well, no, you have to stay. Or how do we enforce that? And then how do we make? We don't want then houses to be empty for part of that time, I guess. But it'd be interesting to hear maybe for a policy discussion at some point.
Yeah, good point. And I mean, it goes wider. Potentially this loophole could be applicable to large housing developments. So think about that. Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, there is a condition about ecological enhancement, and it's as to come forward. But it's a shame that that isn't actually part of what we see. If we're saying, if we're not looking at B&G net gain, it's even more important that the ecological enhancement is taken seriously and actually improves the ecology and but on the site. And before BNG came, last year, we still expected a landscape plan in consideration about nature, and we used to get those as part of the planning application. So I think that it's a shame that those haven't come. What I was in the elevations, I don't know if you can put up the elevations, there seems to be a container in the garden. So what is it?
Councillor Thornborough has pointed to something on screen, which you saw, Rachel, so you can probably talk to that in a minute in terms of answering questions. Any more questions? Have you done, Councillor Thornborough?
Oh, sorry, and also, where is the bike parking?
Yeah, I thought that. There seems to be a little shed next to the car, I think, as far as I can see, but we'll get Rachel to answer. So, Councillor Pora, you were next.
Yes, was also going to raise the cycle parking because I think it's going to be less convenient in the car. Can we add an informative at least about the air source heat pump if a condition is not possible? I think we're missing the EV condition, unless I've misread it. And do we need to remove PD, permitted development? Because I think this isn't in a conservation area, so we can. Because again, I think, to me, I'm relatively happy with the design. I think it is consistent with the one across the road from what I can see on Google Earth. And I'm just interested, the previous one was refused a few months ago. Is the officer just able to say why this one is better? What, have they addressed all of, I think it was officer refusal, so could you just let us know why the previous one was refused and what's better about this one? Or whether it's a self-build that's come in that's changed it from not needing the BNG or not? Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
This is also a point on permitted development rights. I was going to ask what the roof window is there for, because it might imply an intention to build out the roof. And that would bring us back very close to the original design that was refused.
Okay, and the only thing I could add to that is that little shed next to the car is at the bike store, and it doesn't have a flat roof, so shouldn't it? A green roof. Yeah, so do you want to go on those then, please, Rachel?
Yeah, so I'll just start with the self-build condition and how it's kind of enforced. We kind of part of putting that condition on means that it then is enforceable to do it, and I think that it's probably more of a wider discussion that now we're seeing more applications come in that are doing this. But in terms of kind of this application, we have to assess it with what we have, and as far as I'm aware throughout the process of this application that the intent is for it to be self-build, but obviously that's kind of what's been proposed and what we have in front of us. In terms of, I think it was also raised about the ecological enhancement. So condition 4 is for an ecological enhancement which has been added, so that provides some kind of insurance that there will be some enhancement on site. I appreciate that it's not the 10%, but kind of this is the route that of what's been proposed. In terms of the air source heat pump and condition, if we could add a condition for the noise assessment as recommended by the Environmental Health Officer, it was the officer's view that if it was to be installed under permitted development, then it would be unreasonable to require the noise assessment, which could be quite onerous on applicants to put forward if they can do it without planning permission anyway. I don't know if we can still add it if... No. I don't.
Yeah, Jane, do you want to add to that?
So under permitted development rights, house owners can install an air source heat pump anyway, as long as they meet the particular guidance under the regulations that it's part of. it was considered with this one that it would potentially be PD with where they want to put it. So asking for a noise assessment would be unreasonable as part of what you can do under permitted development regs anyway. And we can put an informative on there that says that if they do install an air source heat pump, it's either permitted development or they'll have to come in for planning permission for it anyway.
Okay, were you finished, Rachel, or more? Still going?
Yeah, I've still got more. So in terms of the cycle parking, it's shown here on the screen, and it's shown to have a pitched roof at the moment, so wouldn't require the flat roof, but we have attached a condition that requires the details of the cycle parking to be provided to us to make sure that it's suitable in size and safe and secure for the storage of bikes, and so that can kind of be addressed at that stage if they come in with a flat roof design. In terms of removal of PD, we could remove permitted development rights for, say, roof extensions. That might be reasonable in this case, given the location of neighbouring properties and rear gardens. So that can be done. With regards to the previous application, so it was in 2024, the application was also for a self-build, so it hasn't changed in that respect. However, it was a 1.5 storey dwelling that was proposed. So now it's been reduced to just single storey, which has removed the concerns of scale and massing and overlooking of neighbours from first floor windows. There was a question about the roof light. That was installed just to add additional light to the bedroom that room serves. Due to the height of the dwelling, I don't think it would be tall enough to kind of go into the loft space to add a storey if that's what they were kind of intending from that. It was more just from an additional light perspective that was put in. And I'll just check that the EV charging condition, I think may have been missed, so we can include that as well.
Well, for you, Chair, it's on the amendment sheet.
Oh, it's on the amendment sheet, okay, yeah.
Yeah, actually, the amendment sheet, I don't think you mentioned that at the start of your presentation, Rachel, so there is an amendment sheet for this item. Might want to look at those. So is that, you done now with that?
I think that was everything unless I...
All right, anything missed out, come back. So Councillor Borey, you were first.
Just to say for the air source heat pump informative, Jane, I was intending, I think we have one that basically specifies what it has to comply with, just for info. So not just saying you can do it under PD, but saying if you do it under PD, this is the regs you need to make sure you comply with, just to make sure they're aware of that. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough?
Sorry if I missed it, but what was that little blob on the side of the building? It looked like a container.
I'm not sure what that is on the elevations. It's not shown on the proposed site plan here. No. Sorry.
What do we all think? Let's have a guess.
It's not shown on
Maybe a water butt, maybe, a big one.
Yeah, it's only shown on the elevation.
It could potentially be a gate, because you're looking at it with the window on the left-hand side. You're almost looking down the gap down the side of the house. So it could be the perspective view of what's at the end, potentially. I don't think it's anything additional form-wise. That's the gap between... Yeah, it's the gap, yeah.
Well, if we approve it, we'll find out, I suppose. Any other questions? I think we're all tiring, middle of the afternoon. Come on, raise your game. We must keep going to the end. Any more questions? Did we all get them answered? Why isn't the cycle shed got a green roof? Surely it should have.
It's shown to have a pitched roof in the...
Well, they had to have flat green roofs, isn't that? No, I'm wrong. Okay, it's fine then. That's fine. Let that go. Any more before I go to recommendation? Councillor Thornborough, you're thinking anything?
So there is a clause 10 is cycle parking details, and it says that in any green roof shall be planted with, and then it has the mix, and you know really a green roof would be much nicer than that 3D model thing, and it seems to indicate a flat roof on the plan. So I would encourage it to come, the details to come in with a flat green roof.
I think it'd be a nice challenge for this self-builder to put in a nice sedum roof, and they can see that when they come out their door then and admire it and water it and so on. It'd be nice. So let's put an informative on for a green roof above the cycle. Anyone against that? No, okay, that's an informative then. Any more? I think we'll go with that then, shall we? Okay, recommendation then please, Jane?
Thank you. So far we have a condition for self-build, the condition for EV as per the amendment sheet, cycle parking informative on air source heat pump, condition for removal of Class B, which is dormer windows, and the green roof informative for the cycle parking. So recommendations approval as page 210, which is 9.1. Thank you.
So the recommendation was approval. Who's in favour of that recommendation?
That's all, Chair.
Unanimous? Okay, the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rachel. So that's the end of those planning items. And then we've got the appeals information. So I'm not quite clear. Is someone presenting that, or are we just going to note that?
If there's anything you want to discuss, I
Okay.
can take it away.
Right. If there's anything that any member wants to discuss, Jane has offered to take it away. So, Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to ask about the varsity informal hearing on 11th of March. How does that work, and will planning members be notified so they can attend if they want to?
Right. Can you answer that one then, please, Jane, first?
Yes, I believe you will be notified about dates and times when it is. I believe you will be, but I will double check on that one.
And will you get back to all members with that information? Thank you, Jane. Councillor Thornborough.
I would like to know about the self-build enforcement and whether that's been actually whether there has been a compliance issue and how has that been dealt with? Are there examples? It would be, I think, reassuring to know that there has been successful enforcement if that's been needed.
So similarly, I think, Jane, if you could get back to all members, maybe it doesn't need to be too long, but just a brief sort of update on that. Councillor Porter?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Thornborough. I would, given that we're kind of getting a new wave of self-build, which are probably potentially related to BNG changes, I would really hope that our enforcement team could keep a record of every single one of these, because I think we should be quite proactive and actually go and check a year later, which we're entitled to do as the planning authority, as I understand it. I also wanted to check, so the land rear of 18 Adams Road, which was one we refused, just wondered, because now we've got the South Newnham neighbourhood plan coming to, I can't remember if it's been officially made yet or is about to be. Just wondered if that would be something the inspector would take into account out of interest or not, because obviously it's coming to the appeal after it's been made, but when it is then enforced.
Okay, Councillor Lokomatova.
Also on the self-build issue, I understand that the councils should maintain a register of all self-build properties. So do we have one, and whether we put each planning application that was submitted as self-build on this register? Thank you.
Okay, so on that and the previous question, I presume that the self-build questions you'll defer that, Jane, to enforcement team, because they would be responding to that, I think, wouldn't they? But if the answers to come back to committee as well. Thanks, Councillor Thornborough.
There is a self-build register, but I know that there was some conversations about I think all local authorities are required to have a self-build register, and it's easy to put your name on the register, but what we don't know is if you do have the opportunity to self-build, your name remains on registers all over the place. So they should be taken off. There should be I think there should be a review of the registers and the names that are there. So it's an issue that's been recognised, that these registers might have people who've already done the self-build, and there's not a way of checking them at the moment, and they realise that is an issue that needs to be reviewed.
Okay, and just while we're talking in the round, it seems to me that there might be a bit of an issue with the desire to check all these properties, which are increasing in number, as to whether they're still lived in by the same people that said they were going to live in them. So we might need to bear that in mind, but obviously officers can get back to us on that, and we need to sort of formulate policy going forward, I guess. Okay, if we're all done then, what time is it? 3:30, we're done, I think. So there's nothing else on the agenda, is there? I don't think so. No, that's it. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. And